but I want to humanize you for a second. So there's no speculation that you're
about peace.
Right. I would frame this question by, you are the most successful entrepreneur, industrialist in the 21st century, maybe beyond. I want to really get this, what inspired you? Who's inspired you? What was the foundation of your curiosity? And importantly, was there an aha moment, an epiphany at any time in your life and career?
Well, I mean, as a kid, I read a lot of science fiction, sci-fi, fantasy books.
Yeah, we talked about
and comic books, and I always liked technology. I didn't expect to be where I am today. This seems incredibly impossible. But yeah, I was inspired by reading about books about the future, about science fiction, and I guess I want to make science fiction not fiction forever. At some point, turn science fiction to science fact. We want to have like Starfleet and Star Trek, really, for real, like where we actually have giant spaceships traveling through space, going to other planets, traveling to other star systems.
I'm just interested if I could be beamed up to go back to New York. I'd like to just be beamed back to New York instead of flying.
Yeah.
Talking about Star Trek.
No, I guess my essential, what I would call the philosophy of curiosity. I'd like to understand the meaning of life. Is the standard model of physics correct regarding the beginning of life, beginning of existence, and the end of the universe? What questions do we not know to ask that we should ask? And AI will help us with these things. So I'm just trying to understand, how do we get here? What's going on? What's real? Are there aliens? Maybe there are. And if we've got spaceships that are traveling to other star systems, we may encounter aliens, or we may find many long dead alien civilizations. But I just want to know what's going on. I'm curious about the universe, and that's my philosophy.
Do you see yourself ever going to Mars in your lifetime?
Yeah, I mean, I would say like
That's a long commitment.
I've been asked.
Isn't that 3 years each way?
It's 6 months.
6 months, that's all it is?
Yeah, 6 months, but the planets only align every 2 years.
Okay.
So, yeah, I've been asked it a few times, like, do I want to, die on Mars? And I'm like, yes, but just not on impact.
That's a good answer. Anyway, we're out of time. Hopefully everybody enjoyed this. I mean, there's so many myths around Elon Musk. I could tell you he's a great friend, and I constantly learn so much from him. And I'm totally inspired by what he has done. I've been inspired who he is, and I'm totally inspired by his vision of the future. And I don't think it's such a bad future, and I agree with his optimism. So, Elon, thank you. Any last words?
Well, I think my last words would be, I would encourage everyone to be optimistic and excited about the future.
Good.
And generally, I think for quality of life, it is actually better to err on the side of being an optimist and wrong rather than a pessimist and right.
On that note.
Arguably two of the most important individuals in the Western world.
The Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. The President of the Republic of Kazakhstan.
You gotta start from the beginning.
The President of the Republic of Kosovo. of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the President of the Republic of Kosovo, the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, the President of the Republic of Paraguay, the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey, the Special Envoy to the United States for the United Arab Emirates, the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, the Prime Minister of Mongolia,
What's going on?
Well, this is a very exciting day, long in the making, and many countries have just received their notice, and everybody wants to be a part of it, and we'll work with many others, including the United Nations. But I want to thank you all for being here. Yesterday we had an incredibly successful visit with many of the world's top business leaders, the best, the biggest, most successful, and foreign heads of state. And now we have one of the most important meetings of all, the official formation of what is known as the Board of Peace. I want to thank the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, and their extraordinary work. I mean, they've done an amazing job. We have peace in the Middle East. Nobody thought that was possible. We've settled 8 wars, and I believe another one's coming pretty soon. You know what that is? The one that I thought was going to be an easy one has turned out to be probably the most difficult. Last month, 29,000 people died, mostly soldiers, in Ukraine, Russia. Think of that, 29,000, 27,000 in the month before, 26,000 in the month before that. It's terrible. But we have meetings and we think we're making a lot of progress. Thanks as well to Secretary Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and Chris Wright, U.S. Trade Representative, Jamieson Greer. They're all doing such an incredible job. Ambassador Callista Gingrich, who is here, doing a fantastic, really fantastic work. Thank you, Callista. And many other members of my administration who are so committed to peace, and they're also committed to great success. Very importantly, let me recognize the very first group of distinguished members of the Board of Peace. They will be introduced by name in just a moment. Caroline will be doing that introduction. And to each and every one of you, we are truly honored by your presence today. Leaders of countries, in most cases, very popular leaders. In some cases, not so popular, but that's the way it goes in life. Thanks as well to President Karol Nawrocki of Poland, who's a fantastic man. He just won a very big election. I'm very proud of him. Amazing. Along with former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Tony Blair. Thank you, Tony, for being here. We appreciate it. And members of the Board of Peace Executive Board, great group. This week marks the one-year anniversary of my second inauguration as president. No administration in history has achieved such a sweeping turnaround in 12 months' time at home and abroad. We have a tremendous mandate. We won the popular vote by millions. We won every swing state to 7. They were saying, can you win all 7? Is it possible? Because it's not done. And we won all 7. We have a great mandate back at home. As I said yesterday, the U.S. economy is booming with virtually no inflation. It was 1.2% for the last 3 months, and we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. And we have economic growth now of 5.4%, looks like. And I think that number can double and triple if we do the right things. And if we change thinking so that if you announce good numbers, the markets go up, instead of if you announce good numbers, the market goes down, because everybody tries to kill it by lowering or raising interest rates depending on the situation. When America booms, the entire world booms. And we have secured commitments for over $18 trillion in new investment coming into our country, which is a record by many times over, not just by a little bit, by many times. There's no country ever in history that's gotten anywhere near that number. Slashed our trade deficit by 77%. This is in 1 year. Yesterday was 1 year. And signed historic trade deals with nations from all over the globe. Today, the world is richer, safer, and much more peaceful than it was just 1 year ago. We put out all those fires. A lot of people didn't know, including me, that some of those wars were going on. And some of them were going on for, in one case, 32 years, in another case, 35 years, and another one, 37 years. We were very happy to stop the war that had started with India and Pakistan, 2 nuclear nations. And I was very honored when the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 10 and maybe 20 million lives by getting that stopped just before bad things were going to happen. As president, I ended those 8 wars in 9 months, including Cambodia and Thailand. And by the way, many of the leaders are here. Kosovo and Serbia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. We're working on that right now. I met yesterday with a very good general and a very good leader of Egypt. We're working on a dam that was built which precludes the Nile River from getting water. It's a little tough situation, but we'll get that settled. I really had it just about settled in my first term, and then we had a rigged election. Took me out of commission for a little while, but here I am back. We'll get it settled. But it's a pretty tough situation. A dam was built and the water doesn't come down to the Nile. When I think of Egypt, I think of the Nile, but I think of the Nile with water in it. Armenia and Azerbaijan, who, I mean, a lot of these leaders have become my friends. They become my friends. They're here. And of course, the war in Gaza, which is really coming to an end. We have little fires that we'll put out, but they're little. They were giant, massive fires, and now they're down to little fires. We can put them out very easily. We have 59 countries that are involved in peace in the Middle East. Many of them not in the Middle East. They're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East. And many have said that if Hamas doesn't do what they promised they would do, and I think they probably will, but they were born with rifles in their hands, literally born. The first day they had a rifle put into their hands, but they have to give up their weapons. And if they don't do that, it's going to be the end of them. But many countries have told me we want to go in and do it, and they really aren't countries that you traditionally think of as being involved in that. But that's the fire. Hezbollah in Lebanon, we have to do something about that. But these are, I call them remnants. They're small remnants compared to what it was before. It was massive, large, powerful countries fighting each other. In another great victory for the ultimate goal of peace, in June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity with Operation, we call it Operation Midnight Hammer. It was midnight, it was dark, no moon, and every single one of those bombs from the B-2 bombers hit the air shafts and went deep into the earth and totally obliterated everything that they were doing. They were 2 months away from having a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And Iran does want to talk, and we'll talk. We've also hit ISIS in Syria, and very strongly, as you know. In my first administration, I took out al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS, and he was trying to start it up again because due to the tremendous talent of General Raisin Kane, as I call him, he wiped out ISIS in a period of 3 weeks in my first term. You know, we had a great first term, but the second term is, I think, blowing it away, actually. But we took out ISIS, and we had, it was gone, but during the Biden administration, it formed again a little bit. We hit it very hard in Syria. And Syria, by the way, I spoke with the president, is making a lot of progress, tremendous progress, actually. We're very happy about that. We took off all sanctions, which gives them a chance to breathe. And he is working very, very hard, and I think he's going to put it all together. So many things are happening, many good things. Threats to Europe and America, the Middle East, and other places are really calming down. It's a lot different than it was just 1 year ago. Just 1 year ago, the world was actually on fire. A lot of people didn't know it. And in Nigeria, we're annihilating terrorists who are killing Christians. We've hit them very hard. They've killed thousands and thousands of Christians. What's that all about? Much of this unprecedented success is possible because I rebuilt our military in my first term, and now we're making it even stronger. We have a budget of over $1 trillion this year, and next year we're going to $1.5 trillion. Our country's never done better economically. We're taking in numbers that we've never taken in, not only the fact that the investment is at 18 trillion plus, but our jobs numbers, everything is, I think, maybe better than ever before. I think you're going to see and a lot of you are investing in our country. I think you're going to be extremely happy with your investments. I think you'll see numbers like you haven't seen before. I also secured commitments from virtually all NATO allies to increase their defense spending to 5% of GDP. Everybody but Spain. I don't know what's happening with Spain. Why would they not do that? They want a free ride, I guess, huh? Every country but Spain increased to 5%. I don't know why. We're going to have to talk to Spain. With America's renewed attention to security of the Western Hemisphere, I've stopped the invasion on our southern border and designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And you probably saw that we've virtually stopped almost 100% all drugs coming in by water. And now we're going to stop them on land. The land is easy. The water is tough. But that's down now. I heard it just last night. It was 97. Now it's 98.1%. And we're trying to figure out who are the 2% that are willing to get onto those boats. I don't think they watch television or the news. But we've taken out almost 100% of all of the drugs coming into the United States by water. And now we'll, I think, very easily stop them on land. That's the easy part. We wanted to wait till the other was taken care of. And earlier this month, thanks to the unrivaled skill, power, and might of the U.S. military, we have the most powerful military in the world by far. We captured the outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro, and the people of Venezuela are very happy about it. And we're having great relationships with the new leaders of Venezuela. The relationships have been good. We're opening up the country to our giant oil companies, and it's going very well. We've already taken out, think of this, 50 million barrels of oil, and a lot of that's going to go back to Venezuela. They'll do more income with us in a short period of
Not all
time
of
than
that,
they did in
but
years.
out of it.
Because as much oil as they have, and they have a lot, just about the most. After us, there's a couple of countries that are in that category, but we have the most, actually, and they're second between Venezuela and us. We have 62% of the world's oil, but they have very little production, so they'll have a lot of production. All the oil companies, we had meetings, you probably saw, all the oil companies want to go in. They want to go in immediately. They're already touring the sites. But our military was amazing. That strike was amazing. We had a second wave coming. We didn't need it. They said, no second wave. We don't want a second wave. The first wave was enough. And of course, we're working to end the horrible killing in Ukraine, a war that should never have happened and would have never happened if I were president. That was not going to happen. I used to speak to Vladimir Putin about Ukraine, and it was the apple of his eye, but he would never have ever done it. Said, you can't do that, Vladimir. As part of this historic record of major peace initiatives, today we're announcing more details regarding the Board of Peace, so important. This board has the chance to be one of the most consequential bodies ever created, and it's my enormous honor to serve as its chairman. I was very honored when they asked me to do it. We had an idea to do it, and then they came. They said, "You be the chairman." And but I take it very seriously. We have a great group of people, and incredible young people that are leading it from within. It's running beautifully. Started already, and every country, just about every country, wants to be a part of it. And we just sent out the letters a couple of days ago, and these are just the countries that are here. They happen to be in Davos, so we said we'd be honored if you wanted to join us up on the stage. And it's really great. They're friends of mine. I think, let me see. Yeah, every one of them is a friend of mine. A couple, let's see, a couple I like, a couple I don't like. No, I like, actually, this group, I like every single one of them. Can you believe it? Usually I have about 2 or 3 that I can't stand. Usually I have 2 or 3 that I don't like. I don't find them up here. I like every one of these people. No, they're great people. They're great leaders. And the Board of Peace is composed of leaders, the top leaders in the world, actually. Last October, we released a plan for the permanent end to the conflict in Gaza, and I'm pleased to say that our vision was unanimously adopted by the United Nations Security Council late last year. Under phase 1 of this plan, we have painstakingly maintained that Gaza, and we're going to have it very strongly, and it's what we have. Maintained the Gaza ceasefire, delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. We've given aid. You know, you used to hear all the people were starving and it was terrible. Now you don't hear that anymore. We've delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. I want to thank the United States, but I want to thank some of the countries that are sitting right up here, because they've sent great aid, aid also in the form of money, where we go out and purchase food, and you don't hear those stories anymore with people starving. And secured the release of all 20, we secured the release of all 20 living hostages. Now I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared and everybody for working so hard. They worked so hard, but there were 20 remaining living hostages. Now we got hundreds out, but the last 20, I said, boy, that's going to be a tough one. I said that a year before. And it was a tough one, but we got them. Got all 20, every one of them. And we had also about 28 that were dead, but the parents wanted them just as though they were living, just as much. Some cases it almost seemed more. It was amazing, actually, the love but their boy had been killed in just about all cases, young men. Their boy had been killed, and they wanted the body of the boy, and it looked like it couldn't be done. And with the exception of one, and we're close on the track of that, we've got them all, every single one of them, which is amazing. It's a rough job. That was a rough job. And I've been very clear that Hamas must return that last remaining deceased hostage as well, and that will be the full commitment. And then we get on to other things, and we're committed to ensuring Gaza is demilitarized, properly governed, and beautifully rebuilt. It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the border peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza. We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch, and we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do, and we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it, but there's tremendous potential in the United Nations, and you have some great people at the United Nations, but so far it hasn't. You know, on the 8 wars that I ended, I never spoke to the United Nations about any of them. And you would think that I should have. You would think they could have done those 8 wars, but they couldn't have. And they tried, I guess, in some of them, but they didn't try hard enough. But there's tremendous potential with the United Nations. And I think the combination of the Board of Peace with the kind of people we have here, coupled with the United Nations, can be, you know, something very, very unique for the world. It's for the world. This isn't United States. This is for the world. As everyone can see today, the first steps toward a brighter day for the Middle East and a much safer future for the world are unfolding right before your very eyes. Together we are in a position to have an incredible chance. I don't even call it a chance. I think it's going to happen. To end decades of suffering, stop generations of hatred and bloodshed, and forge a beautiful, everlasting, and glorious peace for that region and for the whole region of the world, because I'm calling the world a region. The world is a region. We're going to have peace in the world. And boy, would that be a great legacy for all of us. Everybody in this room is a star, or you wouldn't be here. There's a reason that you're here, and you're all stars. You're the biggest people, the most important people in the world, most powerful people in the world. And when you use that genius that you have, that very unusual, very inspired genius, when you use that for peace, the opposite of peace has no chance. So I just want to say it's tremendous to be with you, and I think this is something that we're doing that's very important. This is the most important. I was so looking forward to being here, and yesterday was a tremendous success. A lot of good things happened, but this was something that I really wanted to be here and do, and I could think of no better place because so many people were together. And now to bring the Board of Peace into full force, I ask Sheikh Isa of Bahrain and Foreign Minister Barita of Morocco to join me in signing and ratifying the Board of Peace Charter. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing history in the making. Just like the League of Nations ended, just like when United Nations replaced League of Nations April 18th to 1946 in Geneva.
Congratulations, President Trump. The charter is now in full force, and the Board of Peace is now an official international organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
We will now
best
continue the signing ceremonies, beginning
What?
with the President of Argentina and the
peace.
Prime Minister of Armenia.
If your country no did there, I no get 1 billion with that, I think. Yeah. As a member, you also have to contribute $1 million cash. That's not just a requirement, but it's a requirement, you know? It's not a requirement, but it is a requirement. That's a chicken chain. Every nation should be able to have that.
Next up, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria.
Bogoski. Bulgaria. My country that year don't make them. Bulgaria. Shout out to Bogoskis and the civilian people from Sofia to Civilian. I say that. Okay. President Trump.
Thank you.
Those who see him as a joke.
Next, the Prime Minister of Hungary and the President of the Republic of Indonesia.
In their old brain for the rest of their life. That's what it means. Everybody alive today, you know. Now Trump, we go. Trump begins some people's life, and now Trump go end most of our life till we die. Trump will not cease. They laugh because we are telling people to be serious. That this is not about the man. This is American planners putting their plans in motion. But of course, they don't see beyond. They cannot explain the reality that before they go with. They used to history, learning from history books, but now that is happening right in our face.
Next, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Jordan and the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan.
So we are witnessing history. The replacement of United Nations, just like the League of Nations after 26 years of existence was replaced by United Nations. Today, after 80 years, if I may say, we are witnessing the end of United Nations and the beginning of United Nations. Trump once joked with it that this might replace UN and has criticized the world body as ineffective. The two currently exist in a complex parallel relationship. That one don't die already. So, ladies and gentlemen,
Next, the President of the Republic of Kosovo and the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
The Board of Peace was originally proposed in late 2025 as part of a ceasefire plan for Gaza. The Board of Peace has quickly morphed into a permanent global institution. Ladies and gentlemen, history is unfolding before our own very eye. The books, the history that your children will come and study is unfolding before your own very eye. Put your foolishness aside and just enjoy the process so that you know go there saying batting when you are called upon to tell the history of today. So the purpose was originally to normalize, to focus on resolving global conflicts.
Thank you.
And provide a nimble alternative to traditional diplomacy. Its first major task is
the President of the Republic of Paraguay and the Prime Minister of the State of Qatar.
Donald Trump is the inaugural chairman The executive board include figures like Jared Kushner, who happens to be Donald Trump's son-in-law. Talking about nepotism, ladies and gentlemen, Tinubu and Buhari, shout out. Steve Witkoff, who many see him as not qualified just because he wasn't a seasoned diplomat, but he's a staunch businessman. He's a friend to the president. That's all you need, motherfuckers. All right. Today, their names are being cast in gold.
Next, the Minister of Foreign
Former
Affairs
UK
of the
Prime
Kingdom of
Minister
Saudi
Tony
Arabia
Blair.
and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey.
The gang that is putting this shit together. Tony Blair. Tony. Guy. His role in the Iraq and the rest of them is paying off, actually. So many criticize it as pay-to-play membership because if you pay attention, in Davos, that was when $100 billion, $1 billion is was meant to be paid for you to be a member, or if you're a member, or you want to be a member, however you want to see it, it's already been tagged as pay-to-play. Unique and controversial feature of its charter is that while most members
Next,
serve 3
the chairman of the Executive Authority Affairs of the UAE and the president of the Republic of Uzbekistan.
While its members serve 3 years time, any country that contributes $1 billion in cash within the first year is granted permanent membership. Biafra, where's we? If we go pay $1 billion, we then get our best. Would that make us a member, permanent member? That no count yet. Now, status. The charter was formally signed on January 22nd, which is today, 2026, as the World Economic Forum in Davos, with roughly 35 countries, including Israel, Egypt, and several Gulf states joining and funding members. Nigeria, where is we?
And last but not least, the Prime Minister of Mongolia.
In case you are wondering, if you are still in the cloud thinking that this is not going to replace the United Nations, all right, see, official stand of the UN. At the Davos launch, Trump backtracked slightly from earlier claim of replacing, stating he would work with the UN, but that his board has tremendous potential to do what the UN hasn't. So, and the world is about to be in chaos. So, UN, you is gone.
Congratulations, everyone. This concludes the signing ceremony. If President Trump and all of the Board of Peace members could please join the president around the table. The president is now going to sign the inaugural resolution that will resolve the Board of Peace's Gaza mandate per the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2803.
2803, yes, that was in November 2025 when it was recognized, by the United Nations. Paradoxically, the board was actually endorsed by a United Security Council Resolution 2803 as the number in November 2025, which many diplomats now say was a hook.
Congratulations.
Just to give the new body international legitimacy.
If President Trump and all Board of Peace members could please take their seats in the front.
It like they made them use you, train the person who will replace you. That's what it means. when you what choice they have anyway.
Now it is my honor to introduce the United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who will speak about President Trump and his accomplishments. Without further ado, Secretary Rubio.
The name of Eric Kissinger is gradually being replaced.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today. It's an honor to serve as the Secretary of State during a historic presidency.
Yes,
and it's a historic presidency because the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, is someone who is not limited by what others say is possible or what others say is impossible. He's not limited by some of the things that have happened in the past, and he's willing to talk to or engage with anyone in the interest of peace, always putting the American people and our national security first, but understanding that in the world that we share with so many others, peace is paramount to all of us. We are here today because of President Trump's vision. If we go back just a few months ago, people thought what was happening in Gaza was impossible to solve. 28 hostages that were dead, others that were still living, all these hostages that were being held. No one thought that that would ever come to a resolution without more fighting and more bloodshed along the way. In fact, frankly, many thought it was intractable. And sadly, many of the institutions that have served us well, in many cases, for the last 70 years, were unable to do anything about it. But President Trump had the vision and the courage to dream the impossible, to believe that it was doable, and to pursue it with all of his heart. And he was in that capacity assisted by an extraordinary team, and I think both Jared and Steve deserve a tremendous amount of credit. Jared Kushner and Steve Woodcock for all the work they put in. And all of our partners here today. And now we have this Board of Peace, who I believe's possibilities are endless. Obviously with a focus first and foremost on making sure that this peace deal in Gaza becomes enduring. And I know this president has it as his highest priority, and will give it everything he has to make sure that this is successful. I also want to acknowledge the extraordinary leaders that are here today. This is not just a board of peace, this is a board of action. Just like President Trump is a president of action. A lot of times people like to give speeches. I've been to many of these forums, and they're not useless, and they're not, they have utility in many cases. But oftentimes in international affairs, we often find ourselves at events where people are reading these scripted statements, these strongly worded letters that they put out, but no action, nothing happens. This is a group of leaders that are about action. And the President of the United States is a president of action, of getting things done. And today is the beginning of that, of a new era and a new stage that we think is so important as a model to the rest of the world of what is possible. And clearly the focus is right now on Gaza and making sure that the plan that's about to be presented to you here today, this vision for the future of Gaza, this vision for the future of the region, is not just possible and promising. It is our destiny if we put the time and the effort that it requires, as I know this board will do. But I also think it will serve as an example of what's possible in other parts of the world. Without losing focus on what's before us now, this is what's possible for other places and other conflicts that seem impossible to solve right now. So I want to, on behalf of the United States, on behalf of the team that worked so hard on this, thank every single one of the leaders that are here today and all of the countries that have committed to joining, and many others who are going to join. You know, others either are not in town today or they have to go through some procedure internally in their own country because of constitutional limitations, but others will join. Many want to be a part of this effort because it is going to be a successful effort. And you see it reflected here today among countries of different backgrounds from different parts of the world, majority Christian some, majority Muslim others, who've come together. In fact, former adversaries who have joined here as part of this Board of Peace. And all was possible, and I want to acknowledge this again, because of the vision and the drive of the President of the United States. So thank you all for joining us here today. We appreciate it very much.
Your team is a fiasco.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio. Please, if you could now turn your attention to the screens for a video message from the head of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, Dr. Ali Shaith.
What is taking shape?
Distinguished leaders, colleagues, and friends, it is an honor to be here today. I want to start by thanking President Donald J. Trump and his administration for their intensive efforts to advance peace in the whole region. I also thank Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, Qatar, and Turkey as mediators, the Palestinian Authority, and members of the United Nations Security Peace Plan. These the opportunity for
US born is crashing, economy is crashing, they are in civil war, they are every single I thought so. These are part of the experience that I'm telling you about. I don't know why they see history one way. History not two-way street, young man. When you look at the evil, look at the good part too. But most importantly, this is what happened in the 20s when President William McKinley also embarked on tariff towards the late 1800s. 100.
As a first step, I am
Eventually, World War One break out.
crossing with
At the
all
same
the
after that, the depression of the
for
20s. But
Palestinians.
what happened in the 30s? They rose to the
Is more
occasion.
than a game.
In the
It is
50s,
a
they become
lifeline
victorious.
and symbol
And
of
in the
stability.
50s, they were
Only
untouchable.
Rafah
So, young
secures
man,
that Gaza is
read
no
your
longer
history.
close to
Don't be
Jerusalem.
pointing out
And to be clear,
what is
there is
known.
much more work ahead.
We hope you
And
secure
one of the
yourself.
biggest
Eat
challenges
right. I don't know
is
what do
to
you mean by
work with
secure
people
myself.
with difficult decisions to make.
Una dey talk as if say una wan live
This
forever.
is a real step
I'm not
that
in this world to live
requires
forever. I
direction.
go die one
Now,
day.
I
So
want
how
to
you what you want
address
secure
the
yourself?
people of Gaza.
What do you mean by
من
secure
غير
yourself?
كنانة أتوجه الآن بكلمتي
Yeah?
إلى أبناء شعبنا الصامد الصابر في غزة.
Hassan,
صمدتم وحافظتم
una the
على
reason as you say
حقوقكم
una can't live for this world
خلال
forever.
سنوات عصيبة الحجاج صمدتم
Yeah, I want to secure
وحافظتم
myself
على
too.
الحدود. إن
If they
صمودكم
carry me, if Trump say, hey young man,
أعظم ما
fuck
قدمته
up
غزة وهو الأساس
my
لبنيانها
home, going back
السوية
to your village.
مستقبلا.
We have
إن
200
حماس
million people
ضخم
living in Nigeria,
ليس
including you yourself.
هي الخلية. المضي قدما
So I worry about
لمستقبل
unnecessary
كامل
things, young
مشرق.
man.
مستقبل ينشأ فيه
Young man, you are
الأمل
worried about
بلا
unnecessary
خوف
things.
وقلق يكافئ العمل
And you continue to say,
والإخلاص
unfortunately, the
وتساعد الجيش
Gazans have been
التنفيذ
sacrificed by the Arab brother. I won't shed a tears for. Don't worry. Now, so they will sacrifice you. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
لن تواجهوها
Eh?
وحدكم. أصواتكم
You are speaking as if your faith is different. As Gaza at the end, which one pick up? No be Nigeria pick up. Sokoto 9 they start with. This is the beginning. That's why when people when they talk about the Israel's and Gaza situation, they forget what transpired at the beginning of this what is ending now. What happened in the 40s within that region? Not be where all this nonsense bombarded starts. So if you are not careful, 80 years from now, Nigeria will be at the Nigeria will be the next equilibrium because it's going to end up a two-state solution the way una dey go so. I say una because now una carry the fight for head based on una civilization, religion, trumps and tribe trumps everything. So una crown for head. So you are saying it's unfortunate for Gaza now, my brother. your own your own don't start as a Nigerian. Freudian Sleep by Rubio, Conscience, Not Conscience. All these people, you guys are worried about things that don't. You guys talking about conscience.
Thank you everyone, and welcome.
See, I think you guys should go back and read history. I don't tell everybody that cares to know. That cares to know. If you don't understand World War One, you are just in limbo. You are just jumping from one headland to another. You need to go and study the world that bettered what we are seeing today. You need to go and study 17th century very in total, 18th century in total. Then before you go understand what is happening. So everything that is happening today, nothing is actually new. Nothing. It's just on a different scale because of the latest technology and the actors, which is the characters are involved. But the script is still the same. It's the same. That is how United Nations takes shape. So, and again, whatever America is going through now, again, it's not new. Go study their history. But most importantly, you should understand that they know what they are doing. They orchestrated what is happening right now. You can't hear, I can't hear you. Reduce the volume. Thank you. Okay. Do I have good time, my guy? Waiting, I don't understand answer. No, I don't get good. What do I need it to stay alive? Eh? Hassan, do I need gold to stay alive? Or I mean, what do I need gold for? What is it? What is it for? Hmm? Make I come and make I bring you on if you want to come on. Do I have go? Where are you in supply chain? I'm a consumer, my brother. I'm not supply anything. I just a job. I said, my guy, I don't think I'm not here. I'm not in this life, in this world to live forever. I came with nothing, and I intend to live with nothing. So I don't know what the food supply chain. I am a consumer. I don't supply. I'm not chain. I'm not a supply. I am a consumer. You go soon find out. Find out waiting now. I don't understand. Waiting, I won't find out. I don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, you don't understand yourself. Understanding is limit. I don't. I know. I don't understand what you mean. What you did. I don't tell you say I don't intend to live forever. Maybe I'm lucky enough I get another 50, 60 years. I don't die. Why are you worried about hmm? What you should be worried about is the collectiveness, the survival of the whole country, not you. You as individual on your way out. If you understand history right from Paleolithic era to the young dryas prehistory, your modern history and change very prognostic about the future. So then what it can be, why you not worried about what America is going through if you understand history? Huh? What are you worrying about? They are born, and I mean, is it today? Tell me something that they have never experienced. Or they don't know, or you don't understand what is happening. Then I can listen to you. You are worried about potential things. Worried about you survival, me survival. That's not it. It's beyond that. These people are aware. The world, these men you see speaking, they are speaking about what is going to happen within the next 100 years. It's not about their fucking self. Think like that. You are your way out just like them, but you're your way out. You are worried about your survival. You already survived. The question is that those who are coming after you, are they going to survive? That's where see that's the difference between these people and us. We are worried about now because we are still poor. Collectively, we are poor people. That's why we worry about people are this. They're talking about what their generation unborn will come and do. The lifestyle you the day they talk about me. If I get good, if I no get good. As if I think that will stop anything that is happening. The question you should be asking, as a nation, where is we? Okay? My investment, my people, and their survival. Now you are talking. So why you dey tell me? Why you dey ask me the question as if I tell you say everything why you ask, I say yes, as if it's going to change anything. Say collectively, where are we going? We are nowhere. Just like where we were in the 50s and 40s, it's still the place that we are now. I'm too negative. I have a family and extended. I don't. I'm only, I don't just understand humans, man. So, am I supposed to be worried about you and your family? Uh, you love them. Well, that's. I mean, I don't know. Am I supposed to be worried about them? No. Bring a question that bound us together collectively. Let's have a conversation. You know, if they bring individual doesn't exist in today's world. We cannot. We've done survive already. We are on our way out. So the question is that those who are coming, that's where you should be based in, because that's where this all this that you are seeing happening. That's what this is based on. Trump and his gang are not coming here to how many years they get to live? 10, 15, 20 years? They're gone. So let's talk about ask me if we have secured enough goal for the next generation. No, they talk about you and your family. That's they no count. You seems to be celebrating the downfall of your people. I don't understand. Which people first? And fall from where? I like You see, that's like that. You people are living, you are delusional. The illusion that you guys are living ain't just the baffle me. Fall from where? Where una day? Where is they fall? Where are you falling from? See, that's what I keep saying. People will just sit down for their house, internalize everything they see, and it has nothing to do with you. So when you say the downfall of your people, first of all, who are my people? And second, where are they falling from? I tell you, I don't tell you this thing, Assad, until you begin to see me, every fight that is going on, both within the civilization and everything, don't want them to survive. The teasing a joke and the joke. You don't have the true connection to spirituality, and you are thinking like you are I know again. I am here to bring out what is happening. Waiting as you see, as a physical man, you are talking about spirituality. You see, say again, you are having either you are in the wrong place or you are having the wrong conversation. So you fall down from the sky, bar. Oh, where so if I don't fall, if I don't dig ground already, if I didn't fall from the sky, or if I from the whichever way. So the question is still is who are my people and where are they falling from? Hassan, who are my people, where are they falling from? Because the way they educate na muguna they communicate. Now don't forget it don't expire. Now new year, now new era we did now. They call it real time. So tell me give me 15 minutes and in the car driving home. Okay, I will join you. Okay, send me the link. They see nations are moving forging. They are moving. They are. You they come here, come they tell me make a. Am I a nation? eh? You went from my people to falling. Where would I day where they fall? Because I don't tell you now. Say the days where then all these people way to go school, come they tell average on how to think, what to do is over. They know 1 year. Yeah. I just want things to go in our own way. An organization is being formed to replace the old one. They show the way they happen. They tell me say they celebrate. I don't understand. I don't know what you want make I do. After I don't tell you now, couple of years ago say come now new war with the stars. So when I see na go where they smoke, they talk to me. I mean conspiracy theory. So when I make me cry, they make I see they cry now as what I said is happening. I just don't get it. If they make a say they celebrate. I wish I have what it takes to celebrate. What is happening? I don't understand them. Okay. It's hard to have a conversation with people that are still in they are still experimenting ideas, experimenting things. We don't come up for that stage. We are just waiting and seeing how the experiments that we have put out, how it's playing out, where we got it right and where we got it wrong. Let's listen to See, say they read about the likes of Kissinger, the likes of Wilson, all those people. Now so this is it. Now so our children will read about these people as some of as savages. eh? Somebody they tell me this, I say, after only you don't talk say the Arab world don't say Gaza. Eh? But you see, could not see your own fate as in Gaza. You will be Kanuri myself. Oh, okay. Oh, these people. Maybe I understand your sentiment, Sha, because for the past decades they don't bombard you too. So you have internalized who your enemy is. But that's not the problem, right? The issue is that what are you people doing about it? Maybe I exclude myself at this point. I know they again. I'm a bystander. Say, guy, calm down. It's like you have nothing to lose. Oh my God. Yo, what the fuck do I have to lose? I came to this world with nothing. I go soon go. I'm supposed to live with nothing. What the heck? What do you mean I don't have anything to lose? Or I have something to, what the fuck do I have to lose? See all these human beings that think they are special. human thinks they are special. Una think say una better pass goat, chicken, cow, monkey. Ah, una think say una better pass all other animals. That's the problem. Because you ain't got nothing to lose. You don't get anything before, so what do you want to lose? I don't tell you say until you begin to frame your argument in the right place, right? Because I understand why you don't want to phrase it as a say, okay, put Nigeria on the center seat, because in the true sense, there's nothing like that. Yes, Nigeria is like a platform where everybody can exploit, but say Nigeria is on one front, one accord, one nation, nah. Fuck that. We have the Igbo nations who are doing everything that every sane humans in that large number should do. The Hausa Fulani, politically speaking, are in their head and in the right direction as what every sensible human should do. The Yorubas, and I'm classifying this because say yes, they have the number to act the way they act, right? Then comes the external layers, the Christianity and the Muslim factor. So there's no one front. There is no one say, okay, this is it. Before you go to accuse me that not I'm celebrating the downfall of your people. Who are my people among this foolishness? None of them are my people. Because when push comes to shove, now me, every one of them will sacrifice first. You tell me, I don't see. The people like them, Makani, I won't listen to. Those are the people who, who live in the same world like me, who understand where they belong. Say, come. The fact that say I not there on this table, I am the menu. Now me they go chop. So that's my mentality when it comes to the question of Nigeria. Because nobody invites me to the table. The Hausa Fulani man is not putting me. You know, they ever want to invite me, say this is the way to go. So is the Igbo man, so is the Hausa man, so is the Christian or Muslim. So what do you think I am? Either way I go. So my brother, I decided to be that. I belong to that 5% community who are observers. We are the observers. We are the thinkers, right? We are the one that actually see through the foolishness. All right. Do I hear myself? Yes, I hear myself. Oh, that's so unrealistic things to say. Okay, oh, uh, what's your name? Hassan. So know this why. what is the consolidation that is happening? Now, feel me, as a me where I did, I don't know where I did. I can't hear you if you are speaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes. What's good, my brother?
Can you see where I am? I'm showing you.
Let me see. Wait. Let me see where you is. Sorry. Let me.
Just focus.
Yeah.
Just focus on the people and the security. Notice that there is something serious happening. All right. Do you notice anything there?
Okay. Yeah. I see cars parks. I
No. Do
see
you see
people
DSS,
sitting or
intelligence
standing.
officers?
Okay, those are intelligence officers. Where is place?
Just
Maybe
look
I
at
can.
them. Okay, let me try to zoom. Maybe.
You are in Maiduguri or you are in Abuja?
I'm in Abuja right now. I'm telling you that things are happening. There is a realignment, really.
Okay, go ahead. Listen. Okay.
So maybe that's enough. All right. Like the problem is not. It be like say okay. THC is not a hallucinogen. THC is a psychedelic. Okay, probably then maybe it's what is giving you this. You say that the thing where they give you calmness. No worry. What I'm trying to say is that nothing is set in stone. Yes, things don't change. You should have no. I don't know what I want to say. Ow.
I don't know. Your audio is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but you are going off and on. Yeah, I don't know. I can't hear you. I cannot hear you. So, is that there's a consolidation happening? Okay, I don't know what I say. So, consolidation of what now? I don't understand. Two, if you there now, you
But,
say rain go fall
I don't know
tomorrow,
whether you hear me now.
right?
You dey hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh God. You see, the thing that I'm worried
I can
about,
hear you
right?
now. Go ahead.
The thing that I'm worried about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like look,
Yeah.
obviously in the hierarchy of things and the way this world works, um a white supremacist hierarchy that puts the white man at the top, and then the, the yellow one in the middle.
You are breaking off.
The brown one,
I don't hear you.
and the black
No,
one at the
I don't hear you. You are
bottom of
breaking
the,
off.
because they are Muslim and all that, and you don't. That's part of it.
You are see. I don't know.
But the
You
other
are
thing
breaking
that
off.
I also want you to note is,
Hassan, can you hear me?
because obviously they go genocide all those people. They are going to finish them. I think it's over now. They're gone, because there's a United China abstained, and all the Islamic countries didn't
Okay,
protest to
I'm
have
going to take
through
you
this
out because
nonsense
they hear me and you are breaking up.
board of
So
peace that obviously used
hold
today.
on. Hassan, I
So
won't take you out because I know they
right
hear you. Your audio is terrible. They break out
now,
seriously. So
Israel
you might
is the
go back
next
and come in.
superpower.
But that's my problem again. Now my problem with you be that you don't listen. You just come, begin talk.
Not the
Instead of you
America
to
that you are
just take your
so.
time and even understand why
Oh,
I'm here today.
I'm breaking
Okay?
off again.
I talk about the
Let me
UN
go out and come
resolution.
back.
The UN resolution
Let,
is to give Board of Peace legitimacy. Of course,
let me
China
go. Yeah, let me
and
go back.
Russia abstain. But what you also don't understand that Russia also they don't actually significant interest. They've already indicated interest. They are going to pay the $1 billion membership. My guy, I again, I understand your sentiment. I understand where they come from. The problem I have with you is that you expect me to have the same sentiment. No, I don't have dog in the fight. As far as I'm concerned, everybody where they fight, make them perish, die like that. Because that's the only way I will survive. You fail instead of you fail to see things that way. You want me to see things from your own perspective. I don't care if this board of peace go succeed or no go succeed. That's not what I'm here for. I am here to mirror to tell you what is happening. The idea is that tomorrow is going. That's not the point. When we reach tomorrow, we will tell you. But I am telling you, this is as of today. There is another. It is a board being formed to replace the United Nations. So I don't understand why you call me say everybody say everybody say. That's not the point. I'm telling you what is happening. I'm not telling you what is going to happen. That's not what I'm not for you to tell me so I'm wrong or I'm right. That's not the point. As we speak, there is a board of peace that is being put together, and that's exactly how it happens. 80 years ago, when the same UN was bettered to replace the League of Nations. So there's history to all these things. I don't know why people just come pick offense. Offense on what? Why you the verse for me? Anytime something they happen, you the verse for me. Like I don't get it. So I just they say come as this is what is happening. You not disagree that is happening. You are just arguing about the outcome. Who give a shit about the outcome? I'm not here to tell you about what the outcome is going to be. I'm telling you what is happening right now. You tell me say, but I don't care. Like, what do you think is happening? Make me what do you fucking think is happening? Just because of your faith, you are the receiving end of the big boy. Okay, I sympathize with you, brother. But hell no, I'm not gonna go face the barren of a gun with you. No, life. That's not how life works. And this is my problem. Now, so these are the events that culminated to them assembling in Berlin 1845 to come devour una. Mokuna they argue. They form say una they do consolidation. In the 60s, it was still the same thing. When the United Nations is being put together, it is being enforced, una they fight who go how the country should formed. That they negotiate in the 60s. Guess what? They run right now. So the same event is still taking place. You haven't made any progress. Nothing. Nigeria is still the way it was. Period to 1914. Everybody there on the own. Period to 1914. Which coincidentally was eve of the First World War. When part of Denmark also been negotiated as at that time. That's where we still are. They force us to come together within the North and South. right? After they don't settle World War One, finish, where they don't know themselves, they merge us together, North and South. The journey of Christian and Muslim take shape in full effect. We haven't changed from that period, because fast forward to 2025, we see have the Igbos on their side, the Yorubas on their side, the Hausa man on their side. Everybody is still on his own places. We have never been able to form that one front, but we have not men enough to go our separate ways. And you say, I didn't hear the celebrate. Celebrate what? I don't form one front that I have to be loyal to at this point. The president just go make deal with the owners of the colony. He no come tell us this is what even transpired. This is what and what. No. Everybody they form who go be president, who go lead. Now my people go lead, and we go lead. And you are here telling me to the cities your way. How? I'm not blind. So nobody go tell me the direction where I go. I can see clearly that you where they not don't see eye to eye with the other person where they south or where they west, where they east. But how do you fight? Because that's what it's going to take to actually even have a say, not to even have a place at the table. Because I promise you, you are not even in the menu. Because that menu now is a luxury menu. It's exclusive. You are not even a crumbs. Not even a side. Or dessert, as they call it. No even good. You are not even be ogogoro where they go take, or wine where they go take, make sure the food go the right way. No, you are not. What am I even saying? Nothing. You don't even exist. You just they pass. Yes, say something they happen. That's it. You are coming to tell yeah. See, I talk as the Bible says yes, time for everything. Maybe every time they una like quarrel. Enjoy what is happening so that you go understand, so that you will know what you go tell the next generation, so that they will know how to act. Because they lie to us. Now it make us know they feel see what is happening. This thing that is happening that's happened 3 times. It don't happen in our grandfather period. It happened in our parents, it's happening in our own time. And it's bound to happen in the future. You say they said Gaza out, but you could not fail to see that Nigeria now Gaza 2.2, 2.0. People don't understand the and the other question. What is the future of the country? People don't get it. It's coming.
Great Secretary of State to work on something that the world thought was impossible and unattainable. But the president, on this peace deal for Gaza, as on all other deals we work on his behalf, said we had to try. And of course, we were inspired by that. We have achieved a peace deal in Gaza. We have brought the hostages home, all of the bodies except for one, and we will bring that body home too. And maybe most importantly, we have created a sense of hope for what the future can bring in Gaza and all other places where the Board of Peace will operate. And I am so honored, Mr. President, to have worked on this on your behalf. I'd like to thank some people here who are here with us tonight who have done so much, done indispensable work to bring this deal together. Sheikh Mohammed, my
tell people from the
good friend from
take your eyes off Trump. Trump will come, go. That has nothing to do with Trump. A system that's been existing for 250 years. Una go one person will just come begin dictate, change everything. Like how people take the reason, I don't know. Even in Nigeria, it is one person can the name of president Buhari, we don't come begin the other things. That's not how things work. Take your eyes off Trump. There's a distraction. There's a system that has been put in place, and that system there's a script that already they are following. People don't now, they don't see how. He's now the most important person in the room. the clown they projected him to be. It has nothing to do with players and the technology. Those will everly evolve. The script never changes, especially when it works.
Tar and Ali Al Tawadi, Hakan, Fidan, and Ibrahim, General Hassan, and Foreign Minister Badr Abdulati, and of course, President Sisi, and Prime Minister Netanyahu, former special.
In the new world that we are forging ahead, Russia will be part of the Western world. Mark my word. That we are going to be part of the Western world. You will see. Putin will be the first person to be among this new border you have. Just a matter of time.
Envoy Ron Dermer and Michael Eisenberg for all that they did. I would also like to thank our core working group and members of the Board of Peace who have been working nonstop on behalf of this incredible, noble effort, around the clock for months on end, sacrificing time with their families and their own personal lives because they...
Northern brothers and sisters should pay attention. Hassan said something very important. The Arab world sold Gaza. You are next. Oh, yeah. You next. That's what it means. If that is so clear to you, right? If it's so clear to you that the people of Gaza have been betrayed, bam, and you cannot mirror it, you cannot see yourself in that, everybody, they always argue, say Africa is the richest continent on the planet. What does that tell you? Means they are coming. Because as we speak, economically speaking, the South Asia is the most viable, is the future, is we determine, we will service the next 80 years. That's why you see the attention is there. So when they finish from that place,
believe in the mission and the vision that the president has set out for us. I'd also like to thank, those people include Tony Blair, Yakir Gabay.
Mr. James.
Hello, just give me a moment. I'll be with you.
Okay.
Please hold on.
All right.
Josh Grunbaum, Aryeh Lightstone, Laron Tonkman, Admiral Cooper, General Frank, and I probably have forgotten some along the way. And then perhaps most importantly, I want to thank our administration. We have an incredible team. It's amazing to work for this administration. I think you see the results that we get on behalf of the president because he inspires us so much. So I'd like to thank the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, for all of his help and guidance, our Treasury Secretary, of course, the Secretary of State, who we work hand in glove with, and a special thanks to our Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, who is always available to us for consultation, for steering, and for all else that she does. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And I have to say, one of the great honors for me of being able to work on this has been working with Steve, who really is as brilliant as he is. His heart is tremendous. It's a lot of fun to be with. And even in some of these, very difficult moments where we didn't think things were happening, working together really was an amazing treat. I'm going to go now today just through a couple quick slides just to show you the progress that's been made in the last couple months. It was just over 100 days ago that we got the final deal done, and everyone was celebrating and joyous about the hostages coming home and the end to this long war that nobody thought was possible.
Hello, Mr. James. Good morning.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you now.
Good. So what is going on?
Well, we are witnessing the new a new organization that will eventually replace United Nations, as far as I'm concerned.
Not that,
It's
not
called
that it will replace it. The UN is dead. It has been replaced.
okay.
The UN is dead. You
Yeah,
know,
so just
as I
like
told you,
go ahead.
continue.
No,
Okay,
I
as I
wanted to
told
say,
you some time
yeah,
ago,
yes, go ahead.
as I told you some time ago, Third World War has started unknown to people.
Yes, it's beyond, yeah.
Just like the Second World War started unknown to people that led to the death of the League of Nations. It's already dead. So the agreement on how to reorganize the global political scene. So this is what we are witnessing. Unfortunately, it's those who are prepared for it that will reap the benefits. Those who do not prepare, we have nothing to gain in the new setup.
Absolutely. Just like the the UN replaced the League of Nations, we are witnessing the same historical moment.
Because the UN has been, just like the AU, hold on, unable to its own resolutions all along. Now, this so-called bomb will now determine the pace of things, how the world ends. I do not know what the end will be. But unfortunately, Nigeria disappointed the whole because Nigeria would have been in a position, to protect the African interest in the new dispensation. Look of things, if care is not even taken, they will take actions against Nigeria to make sure that the country will never rise again.
Oh, of course, that's what it's, I mean. Where are we rising to when what will make us rise is the ability for us to have it organized in one front and make use of our resources, but none of that is happening. So, and this is how we are going to remain for the next foreseeable future.
You know,
Because
I quote a book. I quote a book some time ago, written by James Michina. The man said that a mistake of a generation can wipe a people out of existence.
yeah,
Our ancestors made a mistake the way they handled their relationship with the white man. And that mistake is what is responsible for the calamities we are going through. We were on the verge of correcting the mistakes, and we made further mistakes by mismanaging ourselves. And it's the future generations that will suffer the consequences of the actions we are taking now, or the actions we refuse to take now. The future generations will suffer it. I do not know if they will live to tell the story. So that is the situation.
they will tell the story to the the next one who are coming.
That
How
is
would the
if they
story
have
will
the
be
chance to
told?
come. They might be wiped out of existence in future. They just tell the whole world, these people are good for nothing. Let's do away with them and make good use of the resources. They can wipe the whole of them out, just introducing a higher grade of Ebola virus or COVID-19 virus to wipe everybody out, and they know what to do next.
Well, as of today, we have about 22 to 35 countries that join. In Africa, I think it's just Egypt. Egypt is the only country. Morocco, Egypt and Morocco. In in.
Anyway, let's see.
So
I mean, you see, this is the, what should I call it now? The consequence of not seeing things from your neighbor's point of view. During the Ashanti-Fanti-British Wars, during the colonial period, the Fantis, I think it was the Fantis, if I'm not mistaken, they teamed up with the British against the Ashantis. They said no matter how bad the British are, their regime cannot be as bad as that of the Ashantis. They teamed up against them, they were defeated, and eventually they took over the whole of Ghana, including the Ashantis, to become colonies. So this is what is happening in Nigeria today. The Hausa man will not see anything good with the Yoruba man. The Yoruba man sees nothing good with the Igbo man. The Igbo man sees nothing good with the Hausa man. So this is the consequence we are going to face henceforth. Now, to become a member of this Board of Peace now, if you are not a founding member, you are going there as a second-class member. You get the point? So the founding members, they will not be like the, what I call the veto powers. So you join them later on. You cannot be as powerful as those with the veto powers. So this
It
is
depends on your leverage.
That is
what you have as a leverage, what you are bringing in. And how important are you in the committee of in the matter of scheme of things? So
it's a very laughable, interesting thing, you know.
Well, our people are busy. They are fighting to. They want to be president of a territory that they cannot establish authority over.
They are not even fighting to be president. They are fighting over money and women.
That's it.
Are you getting
because
me?
they don't have control over the territory.
No, they just want to fight to have control over money and women. That is all. They are doing nothing else. You know, before we'll be able to rise and get out of this predicament, we should be able to do what other nations are unable to do. To command respect, we have to do what other people are unable to do. And when we display the intelligence, respect will start coming in trickles. So where is the headquarters of the Board of Peace?
No, I mean, right now everything is still under the leadership of the United States. So they are, with time, they will find. But of course, it's still going to be American. They're not going to be in Washington D.C. or in Florida. So they are just like their the first assignment is Gaza. So already what America is doing is building its ally, people they are going to be dealing with for the next foreseeable future. So it's interesting development that is unfolding. Let's listen to them.
And Steve and I were panicking, saying, what do we do next? You know, how do you implement peace? And as you guys know, peace is a different deal than a business deal because you're changing a mindset. And in Israel, there was 2 years of very intense war. For the people in Gaza, there was more than just 2 years of war. They had 20 years of hopelessness being ruled by a terrorist organization. For the people in the Middle East, their hearts were pulled by this. And throughout the entire world, it really was weighing on us. And so we needed to think about, what do we do next? How do we change the habits? How do we change the behaviors? And we really got to work right away. And the team that Steve thanked, including the White House team and the team, the volunteers, it's really been an incredible effort, very entrepreneurial. And we really did it in the way. I've been working now with President Trump for 10 years on politics. And what continues to amaze me is that he always takes a first principles approach and says, what's the most optimal outcome aim for that. Whereas politicians are always focused on the downside or what could go wrong or how to make it a little bit better. He always says, aim for the best possible and, do your best to get there. And if everyone thinks it's impossible, that's even more reason why you should aim for it. And so really thank you for the leadership and the inspiration for doing this. And I think you'll see today we've achieved more than thought was possible. And our ambition is still to go for something, I think, better than most people think is possible as well. So let's see if these things work. They never usually work. Good. So quickly, I'll go through this 2-year war, 90,000 tons of munitions. There's over 60 million tons of rubble there, and tens of thousands of fatalities. Through the ceasefire, we were able to get to through the 20-point plan, ceasefire, release of hostages. Getting the UN resolution passed was a huge, huge effort. Really thanks to Mike Waltz and the whole team there. They did an incredible job. And we've then, with the help of the UN, we've worked very, very well with them. This is why you need a new organization like the Board of Peace to work with the UN. I want to thank Tom Fletcher. Did an incredible job of really getting it going. We've done historic humanitarian aid. Going forward, number one thing is going to be security. Obviously, we've been working very closely with the Israelis to figure out a way through de-escalation. And the next phase is working with Hamas on demilitarization, which I'll talk about in a second. But without security, nobody's going to make investments. Nobody's going to come, build there. We need investments in order to start giving jobs. We want to take these people. 85% of the aid of Gaza, 85% of the GDP of Gaza has been aid for a long time. That's not sustainable.
These are the 20 plus 20-point plan. Number one, immediate ceasefire. All military operations, air, artillery, and ground are frozen on October 10, 2025. 2, hostage return. With 72 hours of acceptance, all hostages living or dead were returned to Israel. 3, prisoner exchange. Israel released 250 life sentence prisoner, roughly 1,500 Gaza detainees after October 7. 4, humanitarian surge. Entry of aid without interference from the other party using the UN and Red Cross. Freezing lines. 6, remaining exchange. Terror prisons establish the Board of Peace. Strong board provide international strategy oversight over the NCGC. So they have everything: demilitarization, amnesty program, safe passage, deployment, blah blah blah. So literally, this is the end. This is so gradually UN go there. Right already as it is, they are undergoing through too many problems. As a UN, and most of their agencies is closing. They are merging some just to make sure they survive.
Can you see any parallel? Can you see any parallel between these 20 points and Woodrow Wilson's 19-point agenda that ended First World War?
Not yet, because this 20-point agenda focus on strictly on Gaza.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. The issue is that at the end of World War, the Versailles Treaty was signed. That is the 19-point agenda of Woodrow Wilson.
Yes.
Now, at the end of Gaza war, the 20-point agenda has been presented. You get what I mean? And the 19-point agenda of Woodrow Wilson eventually gave back to the League of Nations. Am I right?
Okay, yes.
Sorry. Yeah, League of Nations.
Yes,
Correct.
yeah, League of Nations.
Good. Now, this one has given back to the Board of Peace.
Yes.
Now, good. Now, the issue now is this. The world powers, if they want to put most people under control, it's just a question of going there to make them misbehave. At the end of the misbehavior, they use this same formula. They can codename it Board of Peace or whatever it is and impose regulations on it. They are reorganizing the whole world.
Yep.
The whole world is being organized. Along the line, Woodrow Wilson and his guys followed at the end of the First World War.
It's the same script, yeah. It's the same strategy they are using.
It doesn't give these people dignity. It doesn't give them hope. And so we want to use free market economy principles. A lot of what President Trump spoke about that he's doing in America, we want to bring the same mindset, the same approach to a place like Gaza to give these people the ability to thrive and have a good life. So on the aid, I mentioned the UN. So now people are talking about famine. 100% of the food needs are met, and that's been overabundance. The cost of goods have gone down tremendously. Over 55,000 trucks have gone in, and over 1.4 million pallets. And it's been the largest humanitarian effort done into a war zone that anyone's been able to tell us about. This really has been a great joint effort that everyone's been able to do, and so it's a great thing. We all just heard from Ali. We have been so impressed. Steve and I were speaking to him and the entire committee. Such bravery of these people to step up. And we've worked with the Palestinian Authority, who's been helping us as well. But this committee is the first time it's a technocratic, apolitical committee. I really want to thank the Arab partners for helping us select the right people to do this, and we just need to believe in them and support them. I put this up here. It's probably a little too small for me to read, but this is really important if you saw the mission statement. So Hamas's mission statement was, we need to destroy the state of Israel. That has not worked well for the people, as we've seen. Their mission statement is, we are committed to establishing security, restoring the essential services that form the bedrock of human dignity, such electricity, water, healthcare, and education, as well as cultivating a society rooted in peace, democracy, and justice, operating with the highest standards of integrity, transparency. So these are the basic things. Their goal is to have peace and to help their people, which is an obvious mission statement for a government, but actually fairly novel for Gaza. So we did a master plan. We brought in, I thank Yakir Gabay, who's one of the most successful real estate developers and brilliant people I know. He's volunteered to do this, not for profit, really because of his heart. He wants to do this. And we've developed ways to redevelop Gaza. Gaza, as President Trump's been saying, has amazing potential. And this is for the people of Gaza. We've developed it into zones. In the beginning, we were toying with the idea of saying, let's build a free zone, and then we have a Hamas zone. And then we said, you know what, let's just plan for catastrophic success. Hamas signed a deal to demilitarize. That is what we are going to enforce. People ask us what our plan B is. We do not have a plan B. We have a plan. We signed an agreement. We are all committed to making that agreement work. There's a master plan. We'll be doing it in phasing. In the Middle East, they build cities like this in 2-3 million people. They build this in 3 years. And so stuff like this is very doable if we make it happen. Rafah will start with. This will show a lot of workforce housing. We think this could be done in 2-3 years. We've already started removing the rubble and doing some of the demolition. And then New Gaza. It could be a hope. It could be a destination, have a lot of industry, and really be a place that the people there can thrive, have great employment. Once this starts going, we think there should be 100% full employment and opportunity for everybody there. And we have a lot of data on what can be, but we think that this really gives the Gazan people an opportunity to live their aspirations. But it all starts with security, and it all starts with governance. Final note I'll just say on the Board of Peace, which is that all the lessons we're doing is we're basically studying the best practices from all over the world, and we're watching who does education the best, who does healthcare delivery the best. All of these things it's not secret IP. All this is IP that the Board of Peace is going to make public, and we want to encourage all the countries to be able to follow these best practices. A lot of the things that President Trump is doing in America, if they're working, we should all be copying them. If we find what's working in other countries, we should be copying them too. And so what the Board of Peace will have the ability to do if we're successful with Gaza is really show how do you do peace implementation, which is something that when we got this deal done, we didn't really find too much expertise or know-how on how to do it. So as we're creating this system, hopefully it's something that we can just document these learnings and make them available to all else who want to use them in the future. So demilitarization, this is something we're starting now that we have a new government in Gaza. This government will be working with Hamas on the demilitarization to really take the principles that were agreed to in the document to the next phase, and hopefully that will be successful. Without that, we can't rebuild. So if Hamas does not demilitarize, that will be what holds back Gaza and the people of Gaza from achieving their aspiration, and that's very important. So the next 100 days, we're going to continue to just be heads down and focused on making sure this is implemented. We continue to be focused on humanitarian aid, humanitarian shelter, but then creating the conditions to move forward. So thank you. Final point I'll just make is this is really only possible because of the work of so many people and President Trump's great leadership. but a lot of you have been asking how can we help. So the countries have all been incredibly generous. We'll be doing the first conference where we'll announce a lot of the contributions that will be made in a couple weeks in Washington. From the private sector, there'll be amazing investment opportunities. I know it's a little risky to be investing in a place like this, but we need you to come, take faith, invest in the people, try to be a part of it. And then finally, I'll just talk to people on the media and on the social media, which is this deal only happened because we worked with Israel, we worked with Turkey, we worked with Qatar, we worked with Saudi, we worked with Egypt. I mean, everyone worked together. We worked with UAE. We all worked together to make this happen. I see a lot of people trying to escalate, criticizing Israel or Israelis criticizing Turkey or Qatar. Just calm down for 30 days. I think that the war's over. Let's do our best to try working together. Our goal here is peace between Israel and the Palestinian people. Everyone wants to live peacefully. Everyone wants to live with dignity. Let's put our efforts towards promoting those who are
Mr. James, sorry, my phone died.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was just wondering what's happening.
Well, Nigerians are busy preparing for the next election. They are not part of what is happening. They want to find a leader who will lead them to, I don't know, but Mr. James, as you rightly said, just to have access to free money and women. It's not a bad adventure.
They are not bothered with what is happening internationally. Just money and women, that's all. All these guys will see.
It's not really on yourself. You just all the news they have is one somebody declaring to run for that, to be this, to be this. There's nothing, See, you see, even the opposition, see, this Tommy FCC ahead of local government council.
You see,
They are not part
I've been making a point. The military seem to be more enlightened than the present ruling class of Nigeria.
Yeah, these ones are.
During the military
These
era,
ones
that's
are.
what I know.
Yeah, the military era, and I think they are like that because most of them, most of their life and everything was pretty much focused on the country. They are more patriotic. These ones want to be they want to be recognized in New York, London, Beijing, London School of Economics, Harvard. They want to earn more name and respect there than home. So they focus on carry out those people's policies and everything on their behalf so that they'll be recognized.
Yeah, you see,
That's
during the military era, although I was a high school student then,
yeah.
I was thinking that the educational, background is substandard. That's what I was thinking.
Right.
But reading what they were doing in those days, how they were maneuvering their ways in the rough international waters, I come to realize that the military schools they attended, they are as good as any university in the world.
Yeah.
Because
They understand. Yeah.
how they were able
All
to
right.
stand their ground on international matters, African unity, liberation struggles, and what have you. How they were able to play one superpower against the other, eating from the Russians and the West at the same, these guys were, they were very skillful compared to the bunch of non-entities we have.
They were younger too.
No, well, age is not the issue. Age is not the issue. Age is not the issue.
No, but no, I said that because these men now, what they are using to intimidate people is experience. I've experienced. I work here, I work in UN, I work with this, I work with that. So the military guys were focused. I mean, if you look at it from another angle, the only way there's no skill you are going to deploy as a military man that you will be recognized outside the country, in America or in London. Because
No,
they still very more advanced than you. So
no,
the
no,
Nigerian
look,
military guy recognize that. So they stake their ground. The only way they can handle respect is for them to be in control of their home.
look, during the liberation struggles in South Africa, they stood their ground against the West. I remember Henry Kissinger, who said that Cuban troops will not leave, sorry, there will be no independence for Namibia unless Cuban troops are withdrawn from Angola. Nigeria stood their ground that Angola is a sovereign state, that they don't have control over what they do in Angola. And that has nothing to do with the situation of Namibia vis-a-vis South Africa. You get the point? It's not only on the local arena they were able to make their mark felt. On the international arena, you see, it's a pity you were not around, or
No,
maybe you were very.
what I'm saying that their their way to global recognition is the ability for them to protect their home. I don't know if it makes sense.
It's okay, I see the point.
Yeah. So instead of bowing to the outsider coming to take advantage of you at home, they stand their ground.
This is very funny, you know.
It's a different group of Nigerians leaders we are having. These ones are terrible. They are so narrowly focused.
They're not even focused, let alone being narrowly focused. They're not focused at all.
No,
Even
focus
their
on
internal
themselves.
problem. No, even the internal problems which they are trying to manipulate to their own advantage, they are unable to organize it well. The country is on the brink of breaking up. So how focused are they? They are not focused at all. Take it from me.
But what I'm saying, they are focused on just amassing, stealing money for themselves, and without even looking at the other way.
Well,
They all want to become president. I want to because they don't care. You want to be president of what? Over nah. In as far the international community accepts me, I'm good. Obi has spoken in pretty much all the universities around the West. I never see him go any Nigerian university go do go speak, organize any,
No,
bring
no.
the youth together.
Why do you expect him to lecture in Nigerian university? No, I mean, do they have the brain to comprehend the importance of listening to political figures?
Well, isn't that the whole
No,
point?
no, the issue is that he can go to Harvard and lecture. There are people there who can read between the lines, know exactly what he's driving at, and how it will benefit both Nigeria and America. But should he go to the University of Lagos or Ibadan or whatever it is to deliver that same lecture, they cannot even comprehend how to analyze the issues he's putting across to them. That is, if he has any issue to put across.
But that is their own. That's the failure is their own. That's their own failure. Because they are the one that supposed it is what I mean they are is their generation, because it is his friends and relatives and enemies that are supposed to prepare those children. So if the children cannot comprehend what they are saying, then it is the failure of them. They fail the children. Because those that came before them educated, they give them the education that they are enjoying today. But they fail. Just as you said, the military were able to navigate the muddy waters of international politics and still were able to do something at home. But these ones, they fail in every ways. They could not even give back to what we are giving to them.
Look, let me tell you something. In our days, we all attended public schools. I hope you are getting me. We
Yes.
all attended public schools. In Benin City, there was only one private nursery school. They call it Ebenezer Primary and Nursery School in DROA. In those days, when I was a little boy, that place was a forest. That was the only private school in the whole of Benin City. There was no other private school. So when you leave primary 6, you are going to a government high school or a mission school. That was the education we received. But nowadays, our children are attending private schools. They are no longer attending public schools.
These private schools are owned by the people who attended public school. Good school, as you
Exactly.
correctly put it.
That's the point I'm making.
So
We who
instead
attended
of
the
them
public
to,
schools, we who attended the public schools, we are now setting up private schools to replace the public schools we attended.
which is the self-image you're talking about, instead of them to at least maintain the same standards, but they are using it to enrich themselves, building private school, instead of making sure at least maintain the same standard that was just maintain the standard. They are not even asking for much. Because what I'm saying, because the teachers that we have today, just as you only use the INEC, these are the people who took advantage of the school system that you're talking about. The INEC professor of today, they attended those free schools, but today, so it's just they were just, I don't know. I think okay, Mr. J, what will you say is responsible from that shift in terms of the leaders of yesterday and today? Why the difference? So because it's not that those leaders they came from another place. they are so they okay. Let's the likes of Awolowo you're talking about. They were able to build a system that raised these leaders we have today. So I mean, why this shift? Oh, Mr. Jim Master. So middle piece, you said the mentality, the foundation of Nigeria is problem, black man. Where you start from, because you one Nigeria person say Akon is building a country. Come. I beg you, don't start. Is it cannot be in a country? What are you talking about? Eh? Is it cannot be in a country? The mentality, military rules is kind of ugly. Well, we need that to. I don't know. It's, when we say military is military kind is ugly. I don't know. I think now that we've experienced 25 years of straight all these educated buffoons, maybe military rule is not that ugly. You know, because if you say it's ugly, against what? How could one man free people? It should be the conception of all as a people, of course, yeah. But it is the. I think that one of the greatest outcome of taking history out of our class or not teaching us history or allow the West to dictate our curriculum. Because what the West did was to sell us the illusion of hero. Right? I mean, one would say, well, it's not this, it's one of the characteristics of capitalism. For capitalism to actually survive, it has to be hinged on competition. And competition, the reward of competition is the best. You have to be the best. So it supports the individualism of capitalism. It supports the growth of capitalism. So you see why it was so easy. The best. It has to be the best. It is the best, if not because of Muhammad Gandhi, if not because of this champagne, if not because of Donald Trump. That's what we're going to talk tomorrow. The history of tomorrow, talking about Donald Trump as the savior of the West. As the conversation people are not seeing yet developing as the savior of the West. So when the history of today is written 100 years from now, only Donald Trump and the MAGA movement will be prominent. Now then go future for that history. Every other noise that just it's just by the side.
Hello, can you
Yeah,
hear me
Mr.
now?
James.
I'm sorry, there was interruption of electricity
Yes,
supply.
Mr. James. So let me. I have an
They've
idea.
restored it.
I have an idea. If you are to teach history, if you are to teach history to today, let's say start go teach secondary school history. Let me guess how you are going to teach it. Yes, you will talk about Awolowo, but I have never seen any day that you talk about Awolowo without also mentioning people who make it possible. So, in other words, you could see the collectiveness of the elite then to impact the large society compared to today whereby only one person will be Showore, Kwonkwosi or whatever. So are you seeing history being presented to the next generation the wrong way in terms of emphasizing on one person to be the savior?
You know, since independence, this is a good question you asked. Since independence, nothing has changed. The only exception is this man called Awolowo. Now, before he established his party, Unity Party of Nigeria, he formed what he called Club 19, because there were 19 states in the country then. He formed Club 19 that metamorphosed into Unity Party of Nigeria. He had a team of workers working with him. Ebenezer Babatope was in charge of research and publicity, and others were given their responsibilities. They worked as a team, studied the Nigerian situation, and tried to fabricate solutions to each of the problems they identified. Even during that 1979 dispensation, Zeke was a loner. He was not having a team, people associated with him. Abubakar Waziri of GNPP was not having people associated with him. NPN, they were all juggernauts. Shagari wasn't having a team working together, in unison with him. So since independence in 1960, it's only Awolowo who has distinguished himself in such a way. And that is the root, or that is the principal cause of his success as a political leader. He did not work alone. He worked as a team. And in his party, there was no breakaway fashion. GNPP broke away from NPP. That's Abubakar Waziri. He was with Zik. He broke away to form the Great Nigerian People's Party from the Nigerian People's Party. I think NPN, somebody break away, I cannot remember. Anyway, the point I'm making is, I want to work together with these people as a team. He was not the autocrat people were talking about. Whatever decision is taken, whatever decision he took, reason it out with these people. Now, with the present generation, you see why they are running into a very formidable problem. Of all the political parties right now, none is having a manifesto, unlike the Unity Party of Nigeria. 4 cardinal programs: free education, integrated rural development, full and gainful employment. There were 4 programs it was running. At the moment, there is no political leader who will come out with clear-cut programs on industrialization, health, justice, or whatever it is. So if I'm to teach history, or I'm to, come up with a syllabus, it will surprise you to hear that I will concentrate on world history, particularly European history, for this reason. When the Europeans were to come to Africa, I hope you are listening.
Yes.
When the Europeans were to come to Africa, they were ready to come. They sent Mungo Park, David Livingstone, Clapperton, the Landa brothers, and MacGregor Laird, and so many other people to come and study Africans, their mentality, the resources, political systems, and everything. They took everything back to England, settled down, digest it before they sent their administrators to Africa. So when they got here, they were already used to the system without we knowing that it's through us. So if we are to get out of this mess, we must understand how Europeans reason. We must understand this reason. The Indians, the Turkish, the Iranians, the whole wide world, we must study their history meticulously to know their impression of us, what they think about us, before we can know what to think of ourselves. So if I'm to come up with a history syllabus, that is the approach I will take. Because it will be as nothing to teach future generations. You get the point? Show what I know.
Yes, I totally agree with you, because you said something about Awolowo running his party, running a program, 4 consecutive program, even without being in government. Am I correct? Or they were in government at the time?
Yes.
They were
No,
not
he
in
was
government.
only a regional government. Yes, regional government. He was not a president.
So, and we have our own major political party that don't even have current program going concurrently, and they expect to.
There's no party in Nigeria today that has got programs. There's none. There's none. And since independence, it's only the UPN, Former Action Group, that has clear-cut programs. Shagari's party imitated the UPN by launching what they call Green Revolution. They created the river basin development authorities all over the country because Unity Party was presenting their programs in a very cohesive manner. So they tried to imitate him, and the Green Revolution failed catastrophically. They could not produce even a grain of rice for anybody to eat. They were still importing rice. That was where Adisa Akinloye and others made fortune out of Nigeria, Umaru Diko and others. They were still importing rice despite their revolution. Whereas Awolowo told these people, for you to be in my government, your children must attend public schools. You get what I mean? Your children must attend public schools. Your children cannot go to schools in the overseas while you are running this program. You have to leave the government. So that was the system the man used. Since independence till now, he is the only man who has done it. I'm saying it because I benefited from this program, and I'm not a Yoruba man. I'm not a Yoruba man, so nobody can accuse me of tribalism. You get the point? That man was well organized, and unfortunately, he has quit the scene. So it's up to us to find our bearing.
Why do you think the structure that is a pioneer? Why do you think they didn't last the test of time, even at the macro level? There's no part of the West right now you will go to say,
No,
okay, this is
no,
our
they
legacy.
don't
All our
survive. No,
legacy is
in Benin State, please. No, in Benin we come from, all the lead, sorry, not all, sorry, it's a slip of tongue. Most of the leading high schools today were formed by the Unity Party of Nigeria. All the others were formed by they were mission schools. But the leading high schools we have today, the foundation was laid by the Unity Party of Nigeria. Education was its principal policy. The other three were just appendix. You get the point? And remember that the child of an educated man is likely to be educated. So the multiplier effect of what he did is the legacy he has left behind. Of all the schools he opened in Benin State, none has been closed. They are still functional. So it is the duty of government to run those schools responsibly. He cannot come back from his grave to run the schools for us. Benin State University, he established it.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, other people within his, leadership school of thought will still. I think it's what I'm asking is not just about Awolowo. It's generally we don't have like a institution or monument or anything built after these people who have made a lasting impact to just keep their not just to keep their school of thought going, their memory going, but most importantly to see if somebody will come and follow that path. Do you think that is responsible? Or do you think why do you think that is? Why do you think that we haven't up till now 60 years or 50 years after those people have come, maybe 40 years, there's no generation that's okay. It is our duty to raise monuments or name schools after these people.
No, I don't think you mean to name schools. That is not Awolowo's intention.
No. I'm saying part of teaching history or part of keep what is good or great going is to have a generation that will come and say, come, what these people did deserve to be replicated, deserve to be and they form, a school of just so that once you come across that you realize, oh, there was a man that came that passed through
I see what
this.
you mean.
Yeah.
Well, that question is very difficult to answer because since the government was toppled, the Shagaris administration, when it was toppled, I'm sorry, I will not be able to answer that question.
Yeah, because Malaysia, people like Chino Achebe too. They made their own impact in their own. So part of the especially in the West, yeah, one of the mechanism I noticed in reproducing, a replica of what used to be great is to raise monuments, to name building, to actually have a school, a department, so to say, or a class, just dedicated to these people in one particular place. Like, now I'm not saying I'm asking you to see if you maybe during that time the people who are the opposition, because we are going to find one or two people who are against what exactly what is doing, or people who did not believe in it at the beginning. So I'm wondering if those people they're having more power now, more influence, and they kind of sitting
You
in that
see,
kind of
those people who are claiming to be Awoists, when
ma'am.
Awo died, when Awo died, they were doing things they could not follow his footsteps. He was in control, 100% control of the political party, Unity Party of Nigeria. He brought up people to take over from him. People like Bruce Folonsho Ali, Bola Ige, Bisi Onabanjo, Michael Ajashin, Latif Jakonde, Ebenezer Babatope, and others. These were people he brought up to take over from him. But when the military scuttled the whole process, they toppled the government, there was no way they could operate under a military dispensation to keep themselves together. In fact, during the military era, if they were found, members of, let's say, the UPN or NPN, congregating somewhere, the military would have dealt with them ruthlessly because they banned all political activities. And that is what eventually gave these so-called fake pro-democracy activists like Mr. Tinubu and others the chance to come to limelight. You get the point? Now, if you look at it, those who gave Babangida problems, that flushed him out of office, they were from Western Nigeria. Most of them had UPN background. They benefited from Awolow's, what we call free education policy. But when they succeeded in removing the military, to my surprise, they said that they thought the military was not serious about handing over. So they refused to step into their shoes. That gave mediocres the opportunity to come to limelight. But how can you wage such a draconian war against a deadly military force? And when victory arrives, you are saying that you do not trust them. So you are not prepared to step into their shoes. To me, it's nonsensical. They took the nation for a ride. That is how I see it. Anyway, the point is,
there were a lot of influence from the West regarding those among these people who he said claim to be Awois who are fighting the military there. And I think it's either they were so carried away because of that, and when they achieved the success, those people who are financing them, who were backing them, they moved to the bigger boys. I think that's what happened. I'm not making excuses for them, but they because just like you said, the awards they have program even while they were fighting. And after they finally came to power in the regional level, they implement their program. So the question I always ask these people who claim to fight military them, what was their program? What was the goal? Was there anything? What is the hierarchy of leadership among them? Or everybody just because that's one thing I don't. Yes.
well, you see, these are very pertinent issues you are raising. If we are to get to the root cause of the predicament we are grappling with today, those who were fighting the military, they had no. It still boils down to manifesto. They had all their slogan is military must go. Human rights, democracy, freedom of speech, and those loose talks. But again, if you look at Awolowo, when he was on the political arena, he was not in very good terms with the West. If you still remember, he was not in very good terms with the West, although he was not anti-West. But his ideas were not resonating with the West, with the Western world. And despite that, he was able to get himself organized. You see, he did not depend on the Western world for resources to run his party. Whereas these Awoists we are talking about, they go to the Western world to raise money to organize themselves. He who pays the piper must take the tone. So this is what is happening.
Yes,
There was a a time Awolowo was accused of amassing wealth. That is a businessman. He has this, he has that, quite a lot of things. Concord newspaper published some of the assets he had. Then I can't remember who they asked, why is he amassing wealth when he's a socialist? The person answered the questionnaire that for you to fight capitalism, you need capital. You can't fight capitalism with empty hands. So for him to propagate his socialist ideas, he needs capital to push it through. So they were able to generate this money internally. You get what I mean? They bought shares in companies. They had their own private businesses, which they are running, and they were using the money to finance their own activities without going to the West or any other part of the world to raise money to do whatever they want to do. So this is how he was able to detach himself from the West. But the Awoists that took over from him, instead of following that same route, they were looking for cheap money. And the cheap money is what landed them eventually into problems up till now. Because whosoever finances you to do anything, you must pay back in one way or the other. I hope my background is not noisy.
No, you're okay. I think this is the mistake. The same mistake these people who want to take over from the Tunubus, the articles are still making. All the argument is bad government, democracy. Like, what's the meaning? Like, what is give us concrete plan that people can walk around?
No,
But they are all
if you
just
remember,
running around.
if you remember, whenever I have discussions with most people on Dr. Damage's platform, I always tell them something. I want to see their manifesto. Any politician who is not able to spell out his manifesto clearly, I cannot go for such a fellow. And no politician so far has been able to give me a clear-cut manifesto, a roadmap. If you want to set up industry, you want to industrialize the country, which industry do you have in mind? Where will the raw materials come from? How much will it cost? What about the manpower? You get the point? When you produce your goods, how do you hope to sell the what you call the products? Are you shipping it to West African countries? Where is the marketing? All this information must be in place. This is what Awolowo did with education. Awolowo knew the number of children that were out of schools in all the states. He knew how much it would cost to employ the teachers. He knew how much it would cost to train the teachers, the desk, the erasers, the sharpener. They did a very, very comprehensive work. For over 10 solid years, they were just preparing. But now you see a man waking up from sleep and say, I want to become president. So how do you expect him to succeed? You see, they need to prepare. They need to synthesize the people. If the people are not synthesized, they cannot get your line of reasoning. And for you to synthesize them, you have to tell them, look, you guys in Oredo local government, you have 4 million children out of school. In Oredo local government, those in Akpakpava, they need to come down to the level of the people to understand, to make them understand the message they are putting through. But these guys, they are not ready. That's the point. They are not. Since I was born, I've never voted. When I was in Nigeria, I was underage. I was not, qualified to vote. And since I left school, I walked out of the country. So I've never cast my vote. If I should go back today, I will not vote for anybody. Because I want to see a clear-cut roadmap of your political party before I'll be able to cast my vote for you.
We seems to know our problem, but for some reason, is it that I don't know, man? When you look at Nigeria, I think is it that we are too big to actually reason together, or
no? You see, it's a conglomeration of sharply contrasting ethnic groups, right from independence till now. The 3 major ethnic groups have not seen anything from each other. Even the minorities, they are unable to see things from each other's point of view. This is the cause of the problem. The way the country was organized, Somebody was saying that our problem is whether about the foundation. I think Madi Peace posted something. He said it was, I think, blaming our foundation or something like that. I don't really think it is the foundation. If the foundation is faulty, what stops us from correcting it? Other parts of the world, when they have faulty foundation, they work on it and they come up with a solution. Why are we unable to come up with a solution? If you look at the foundation laid by the military, it's even more solid than what these people are doing today. So it's not our, we spent only 6 years or so before the outbreak of the Civil War. When the military took over, that period, that's why they found that they fought a war, they were able to establish universities, establish industries, they construct roads, and a lot of programs. They build schools all over the country. That is also a foundation. Why is it that those there at the moment are unable to build on those foundations? So the problem is not a question of foundation. The problem is the will to live together as a people. We don't have the will to live together as a people.
What do you think is influencing that lack of will?
Well, again, I cannot answer that question because if you look at it, it's not only Nigeria that is having this problem. This tribal issue cut across all African states, all African states, even in Ghana. I remember during the days of what's his name? This man, this highly intelligent man.
Nkrumah.
NLC, National Liberation Council, Kofi Busia was their president in Ghana at the time. During these days, there was tribal problem. The NLC, National Liberation Council, was an Ashanti party. They were not getting along with members of the other ethnic groups. As I said earlier on, during the Ashanti-British Frontier War, the Fantes said that no matter how bad the British people are, their rule will be better than that of the Ashantis. So it's an African problem. It's not only Nigerian problem, even in South Africa.
But what we argue that Ghana is able to overcome that.
No, they've not been able to look. It's because our problem has already dwarfed theirs. There's still serious misunderstanding among themselves. In South Africa, for example, during the apartheid era, there was a party they call Inkatha Freedom Party, IFP, of Mangosuthu Buthelezi. They teamed up with the white, fighting the ANC boys, till eventually independence came in 1994. And it was made, I think, the Home Affairs Minister, Mangosuthu Buthelezi. During the apartheid era, there were black people fighting for the white people against the blacks. You get the point? If you live in the midst of people, that is when you know the nitty-gritties of what is going on. We Nigerians, let me finish something. We Nigerians, we have the habit, of course, our characteristic, it's not habit. We have the characteristic of discussing our problems in public. When you watch Nigerian movies, you see us acting the good, the bad, and the ugly sides of the country. We don't revere anybody. You get the point? Other countries also have this same problem, but they are hiding it.
But talking about South Africa and to some extent Ghana, I think I will argue it's not because our problem dwarfed theirs. Our lousiness contribute, but I would say the lousiness has to do with the fact that we have not been able to have one common external enemy like the South Africans. The South African, okay, these people right here is our enemy and it has to do with the economy. They are not even saying it's Christian, it's white, or they just say, okay, this apartheid group of people, white people, are our problem and it's now economically. So they are our fault, regardless of every other disagreement along the tribal line, is kind of takes seconds.
The example I cited earlier on, Mangosuthu Buthelezi, is a Zulu man, a black man.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, as of today, today, they were able to. I think they've moved past that stage of putting their personal issue, their tribal issue, as
No,
the front
no.
on the front banner.
Look at this man. Look at this man. What's his name? Jacob Zuma. Zuma is a Zulu man. The ANC is predominantly Closer Party from Eastern Cape. Most of the top leaders, Thabo Mbeki, Winnie Mandela, and other, they are all from Eastern Cape. Nelson Mandela from Eastern Cape. You get the point? Now, despite the gross misbehavior of Jacob Zuma, embezzling the national wealth, the Zulu people, they stood rigidly behind him till eventually he was flushed out of government. The tribal animosity is still there.
Yeah,
Now,
no. The point I'm not compared to the way Nigerian is, because we put that as the number one problem above every other thing. They are able
which is
to.
good. No, which is good. Which is good because we've identified our problems and we're able to be frank with ourselves that tribalism is the root cause of the problem.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, I will disagree with that, because the South Africans, just as you agree, they have their own tribal issue, but it hardly take national stage over the obvious perceived enemy. The same thing with Ghana, their tribal issue hardly take national stage. It doesn't it doesn't really dictate their election to some extent.
No. You don't know what is going on between them, among themselves. Just like Liberia. When the American Liberians came, these were black people.
Yeah, but Mr. James, but we know that they have economic problem collectively. I'm talking about the South Africans. But Nigerians, if you ask an outsider what Nigeria problem is, they will hardly tell you, oh, it is economy, it is no, they'll say, oh, Igbo man, outside man, Yoruba man. That's an outsider.
No, yeah, I've told you the reason. No, excuse me, I've told you the reason. We don't hide anything about us.
Again, yes, I agree, but
excuse me, if you and me are not discussing now, those listening to us now will not know the nature of problems we are confronted with in Nigeria.
Yeah, but Mr. James, my point is that a good thing? And when are we going to the point that as a nation we have to prioritize our problem? Because the national problem, we have one problem that bound all of us together, right? Because me as a minority, I see the tribal problem and all that. To me, I don't really care. I don't really care, right?
Although I don't like imitating countries, but I like citing examples. What works in one country might not work in another. If you look at the Rwanda genocide, that unquantifiable calamity brought the whole of them together. I hope you get me. If, for example, let's assume that Donald Trump dropped a nuclear bomb in Nigeria. It's an assumption. I'm not saying it will happen. Assuming a nuclear bomb is dropped in Nigeria, unquantifiable catastrophe happened. At the end of the day, everybody will shape up. It's something very tragic that might.
Okay, I like that, but Mr. James, what I say?
Look at Bakassi. When the Bakassi war was on, the push and pull, most Nigerians were able to reason along.
Yeah, but
with the federal
Mr.
government.
James, I think you just get the center of the problem. I'm not sure there's any catastrophe that will bring us together.
Well,
I'm talking about today, because one way or the other, we will try to pinpoint that catastrophe from failure of one tribe.
No, it depends on how the catastrophe. No. It depends on what we call the catastrophe. Now, look, this is hypothetical situations are too imaginary. But let me just cite an example. During the Bakassi War, push and pull with Bakassi, Cameroon. Assuming, look, this is an assumption. Assuming the French back up Cameroon militarily and they overrun Nigeria, and we are compelled to go and sign a peace treaty at the United Nations in New York. After signing the peace treaty, when we return, nobody will tell us to behave. Nobody will tell us to behave.
But, okay, Mr. James. Now, on that example, the process that will lead to signing that treaty, we will fight it along our tribal fault line. Who is going to go to represent Nigeria to sign that treaty?
It depends. No, the same thing the Rwanda people, that's the same thing they were doing before the genocide.
Okay.
No.
Mr. James, on Rwanda. See, I think we are Rwanda. I don't think it's a good example because it is a time bomb that is waiting to explode. There's nowhere in this world that minority runs the country, and you think peace is going to last forever. It doesn't happen. So the country as it is being governed under guns from outside. It's just like the way, Fulani should raise up one day and just take over everything. The way it is in Rwanda, and you think we will live in peace for how long? Or Igbo man, or because that's the problem we are having. Minorities trying to say we run things is the problem. So for us to be using Rwanda, that means we accepted it, because we still forget that it is the minority that are still in power at the expense of the majority, because there is what big boss outside who say it has to be so. So it's just a matter of time. By the time the big man get everything that he wants, he will leave. What happened? So it's the same thing with Nigerian. We perceive the Fulani as running everything, just like the Fulani man perceived the Igbo man running everything period to 1960. So it is a gun on the Rwanda minority, on the majority from outside. This is how it has to be done, at least for the foreseeable future, for their own selfish reason because of Congo.
No, I'm not foreseeing a situation whereby Nigeria will be settled. What I'm foreseeing, I'm not praying for it to happen, mind you, but what I'm foreseeing is a breakup of the country.
Yeah, I think that's my question. So now that we are establishing that living together like that with the one agenda is going to be pretty much impossible. Now, what do you think will lead us? What have to happen for us to come to that realization and go and anchor it separately?
Most events in history, the last straw that breaks the camel's back is always unpredictable. Most events in history. Take the French Revolution, for example. What caused it? The last straw that breaks the camel's back is the price of bread. The people say we cannot even buy bread. The decay has been there for generations. But when just the price of bread altered the cost of France down to this very day. Get the point? Now, look at Babangida. On 3 different occasions, he suspended, he refused to hand over. He was dribbling everybody. Nobody ever knew. If a prophet had told you that on June 10th, that this is what I'm foreseeing, that on June 11th, that on June 12th, this is what is going to happen in Nigeria, I will not believe, you will not believe. But it just happened. The mere annulment of results swept an autocrat out of power for the rest of his life. So what is going to cause the problem in Nigeria? You and me cannot predict it. It's something very insignificant.
What now with all this reality that started from the one, will you agree with those that are saying that there was never a nation?
Yes, there was never a nation, because I explained it on Dr. Damage's program some time ago. Because a situation whereby, what is a nation? A nation is a group of people having the same customs, traditions, have the same goal and aspirations. They work together as a team. That is a nation. What we have in Nigeria are tribes, not even ethnic groups, they are tribes. You get the point? Now, if we were prepared to work as a nation, when Yakubu Gowon declared no victor, no vanquish, we would have taken it seriously. And not only that, they set up what we call steel rolling mills in what's it called, Alaja, Ajakuta, Jos, Katsina, and Oshogbo. The whole of Eastern Nigeria got nothing. I hope you are getting me. And when I left Nigeria, no, just look at it. When I left Nigeria, We have 3 airports: Lagos Airport, Aminu Kano, and Port Harcourt. The Igbos are among the most traveled Nigerians. There are no international airport. You get the point I'm making? And so many examples like that. So as far as they are concerned, they've been marginalized because of what happened in the past. So there's no nation. There's no nation. Nigeria as a nation does not exist. As a country, yes, we are existing.
It's unfortunate you put it that way, which is fact anyway. But fast forward to today, we have rails running everywhere across the country. Still
Who
none.
constructed the rails? It's the British.
Yeah,
The
but
railway
what I'm
lines
saying,
they laid down. No, the railway lines they laid down, we could not even maintain it properly.
no, the point I'm trying to make is that the Southeast is still excluded. Just as the way they were excluded from the steel mill
Look, one thing
factories.
is this: I agree.
So
The Southeast, the Southeast is excluded, but the minorities are the most marginalized people in Nigeria.
Yes, and that's because that we will come to that. We'll come to that.
Both
Now,
northern and southern minorities.
agreeing that there was no nation. So, what do you think, or where is Chinua Achebe coming from when he wrote the book There Was a Nation?
Well, maybe before the Civil War, there was a nation, because from his point of view, I'm trying to see things from his point of view. You know, when the NCNC and the APC form alliance after the independence election, election, most Northerners were not educated. So most of the positions were manned by the Igbos. The railway lines, the post office, the shipping lines, the airlines, universities, and they were everywhere. Ministers and they called them federal commissioners. They were everywhere. So to the Igbos, there was a nation because it favored them. But when they decided to organize a coup, as according to people, they call it Igbo coup, it's still being contested. When that coup was organized and they were all removed from their positions, the Hausas were not educated. So the Yorubas, they stepped into their shoes. So from that point, there was a nation in Nigeria. There's no longer a nation.
Okay, let me play an Igbo man here. Let me argue. Let me take the argument to you as an Igbo man. If you say, that the Igbos were in position of power, dominating the country, which informed there was a nation. One will argue if actually they were in charge and they were running things from the perspective Buhari ran it, which is nepotism, and where Tinubu is doing the same nepotism, but not just stop at making sure his people are in the right places, but even the physical infrastructure that has been put in place, just like it were in the 60s, where steel mill factories were building everywhere across the country, excluding the Southeast. If they were in charge of the countries at that time, how come nothing physical is being reflected in? Is it that they don't have the foresight, or they were more nationalistic in their mindset?
All the what's it called, physical infrastructures we have in Nigeria today, if I say almost 100%, they are products of the military, not the civilians.
Yeah, but they are not. So why are they not? My question is that why are they not in the East if they are dominating the countries at that time?
They are look, just like the modern day Nigeria, the politicians, what have they done since this dispensation? They've done nothing. The politicians before the Civil War, they also did nothing. So politicians,
Mr. James, understand me. If I will not, I say they will not do anything. Under Buhari, railways were laid under his watch.
With Niger.
But no, I'm not talking about it. Hold on. I want you to understand my question. I am not saying what do they do for the country. We are accusing the Fulanis of marginalizing the current system that we have, right? And one can argue, say, yeah, tomorrow, one will argue that yes, under the Fulani hegemony, under Buhari's watch, they had a railway going to wherever. That's under that one. That's where they want the railway to go, right? under Tinubu now we're having the rail continues, more road have been, but under the leadership of the Southeast back in the day when there was a nation, why is it that they did not use the resources of the country to concentrate physical infrastructure within their domain? Or is it that they don't have the foresight, or they are not nepotistic minded compared to what we have now?
No, there's no part of Nigeria that is not nepotistic. So if I start mentioning the nepotism, the practice in the East, it will seem as if I'm against them. All Nigerians are nepotistic. This is the reason why we owe more allegiance to our tribes than the nation. If the Oba of my area today should tell me to do something, and the federal government tells me not to do it, I will first of all listen to the Oba, because should I run into problems, he is the one I can fall back on, not the federal government. You get the point? So nepotism cut across the whole of the country. It's not Igbos alone. So I will not be able to answer that question.
You're saying that they failed to use the opportunity to their own advantage, but they were because the accusation is that they were
no. Excuse me. No. Look at it this way. Before 1966, when the Wahala started, the coup, how many industries were in Nigeria? There were very few. It was during the military era industries started springing up in large numbers, not the first 6 years of independence. The Northerners did not establish industry. The Westerners did not establish much, if any at all. Even the Easterners. So the whole country was just agricultural. They concentrated more on what they call palm oil production. The Yorubas concentrated on cocoa production. The Hausas concentrated on granite production. It was agricultural. And let me tell you one thing. Here in the Gambia where I live, the first 30 years was the first 30 years after independence, the country was governed by those the British handed power over to, men and women of their choice. And most of these guys, they were just high school. Let me finish. I'm making a point. Most of these guys, they were just high school graduates. Now, I asked a certain Gambian, why is it that these guys did not develop the country? The guy told me that these guys who were running the country were not having developmental theories of development. They do not know how to coordinate investments for the progress of society. So they were running the country along the line the colonialists handed it over to them. The way the colonialists were running it was just like a colonial government. No university. The targets were not up to 500 kilometers. They were not up to 500 kilometers. There was no television house, and quite a lot of other things in the country. The country was just like a colonial territory. Also, when the British left in 1960, they handed power over to a people who were reasoning like them. They were running the country as if it's a British colony. The style of administration was just the same thing. So there was no development in any part of the country. So I cannot really blame the Igbo man for not developing
I'm just trying to see where the country that Chinua Achebe saw or was part of, or
No,
was writing
the
about.
point I'm making is this. Before the outbreak of the war, were they complaining? Were the Igbos complaining before the outbreak of the war?
No, no. The complaint was against them. That's where
Excuse me. Before the outbreak of the war, they were not complaining. So as far as they were concerned, there was a nation. But when things turned around, it was then they believed that there was a nation. You get the point I'm making?
So now let me argue in favor of
let me make something clear. Let me make something clear. This is an international program. This discussion I have with you, generations unborn will watch it. I am not against them. I mean the Igbos.
No. This is not.
I'm not against them. You get the point? So
no, I'm asking.
We're analyzing issues.
Yes, I am going that route.
I have no bitterness in my heart against them.
No, this is not about me. I am going that route because we we have we have an agreement of there was never a nation, because right from day one, these differences has been amplified from the beginning. So I agree with you. I see the country from that perspective. So I'm just kind of curious, if this is the beginning of this is our reality, then which country is Chinua Achebe talking about? But now, from what you said again, I think I understand that the fact that they were not complaining, that means things are in order as they wanted to be.
Let me cite
But now,
one example. Let me cite one example, please. When Zeke left the federal house in Lagos, he came to the east. There was, I think, a regional director, governor, sorry, administrator, so they call Ayo Eta from Cross River State, a Calabar man. They voted him out of office. They passed vote of no confidence in him in order to create space for Zeke to have something to hold on to. You get the point? Nobody among the Igbos seemed to be criticizing what their people did to the people of Cross River. You get the point? Now, you see, this, what you call it, all sections of the country are guilty in one way or the other, as far as this problem is concerned. As far as they are concerned, before 1966, there was a nation. After 1966, the Nigerian nation ceased to exist because
so now, Mr. James, now that period of 6 years where Achebe claiming to be a nation, are they now making, is it making argument that when the nation was under our control, quote unquote, we are running it as it should be, without necessarily favoring one section or the other? Now, this is me trying to see, maybe that's the argument that he's trying to make, compared to that when the country was under our own tutelage, we were running it as she should be run as a federation. Fast forward to today, it's been,
Okay.
would it be the point that he was trying to make?
Okay, give me a minute.
Go ahead.
You give me a minute. Let me correct Mr. Jason one thing. There were a nation, as I see it, where you can move from Calabar to Beduguri on a railway. You can move from Aba to Beduguri in a railway. You can move from Enugu to Beduguri in a railway without any problem. Everybody was one. Nothing like Igbo then, nothing like Hausa, nothing like Yoruba. What I think I understand, what I used to do that time, when we talk about is, I think, the East, which for Calabar, the Eastern region, the Western region, the Northern region. So we're a nation then. So the same thing that happened then, that's when they happened. Amechi was the minister of transportation. How many railway did he bring to Port Harcourt? Jonathan was the president. From to all his village, there's no road. So the same thing that happening that is happening now, no different. That were not before. We have nothing like Igbo outside Yoruba. Some people was the same. But right now, there was no nation that Adibema can go to the north. He won't be admitted because you're Igbo. He won't be there. Yoruba man will come to the east. They will take because you're Yoruba man. They won't say you're a land or this or that. So that's where I see there were a nation before. Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, Zobia. But when the nation divided, Wazobia divided the nation. So before that, no Wazobia. When they bring Wazobia, the nation was divided. Remember, in the eastern region before, not only Igbo, that was the nation Igbo now, that was after the war. When there was a nation, but done by Igbo, everyone was one. The eastern region, River States, everybody was one. That was a nation. No more nation now, that's why I see it. So I didn't say anything different between now. The only different thing now and then was even when your own person is in power. Okay, for example, who is the Minister of Works? It's not Ebony man. What is he doing to what does he do to is he bringing to the Southeast? Zero.
No.
That's it.
But, no. You will look out from the man, the number one guy, what is being done in this region. Not the Minister of Works no get has nothing to do. Now wait till they will tell her.
My brother, My brother, we only even a small one. You don't know behave small one. You don't tell me you don't. Even if Amechi stayed there for 8 years, even small ones. Even where the letter was number one, what did he do? I don't
You know,
see small
you know
one,
if you do
small one, just
anything,
small one.
just because you're a minister was say me say you have to say, you know if you get say now waiting they go unless say you're not a strong man before you get to that position. If you don't get
There
the
has
influence,
been
you can't do
there has
anything.
been no time. There has been no time in the history of Nigeria that there's no tribalism. You got the point? Right from independence till today, people have been scheming in one way or the other to benefit them in one way or the other. Now, if it is going my way, I will have no cause to complain. This is what is also happening now. The Yorubas are very happy. When Buhari was there, they were also, the Fulanis were very happy. Tribalism has been an integral part of the country. Probably, in fact, it is the way the country was formed. That is what is disturbing us.
Mr. James, we from the western, the southwest, I be the Niger Delta as it called today. Or I know when I say Niger Delta, within the former Bender states to Port Harcourt, with those who are not the minority tribes. Do you think we are not seeing opportunity that is before us, in the sense that I think we have the opportunity to build what the idea of what a nation should be like, in the sense that we should be able to show that what we want to see at the national level within our region.
Look, I see the point you are driving at, but one thing you should know is this. The way Nigeria is structured, if you are not at the federal level, there's nothing you can do at the regional level. Let me explain it this way. The Igbos, for example, up to today, they still produce palm oil. Am I right?
I think so.
Yeah, they still produce palm oil. Now, if there happen to be an industry that want to make detergent, soap from palm oil, and is doing very, very well, at the federal level, the ingredients they are using to produce the palm oil, which they are importing, they will remove it from the, when they are reading their budget,
No,
they will increase it.
no, what I'm saying, Mr. J.
No, that's not a
No, what I'm
no.
saying, no, what I'm saying, I'm
No,
not saying
no.
what you have. I'm not saying we
Do you
should
know?
have influence.
No, excuse me. Wait. You know Innocent Motors. By now, that's a motor manufacturing company or assembly plant or whatever they call it that the federal government should patronize.
No, but Mr. James, wait,
Get the
my
point?
question.
Now,
Let me
there's
clarify
no
the
way
question.
there's no way the minority people can do
No,
what you are doing now when they are not controlling the federal.
let me rephrase my question. I'm not saying having influence at the federal. I'm saying right now, the center, just as you rightly put it, there's no point in the Nigerian life there was no tribalism, right? Now, why I bring out the Niger Delta, I'm not talking about Niger Delta, but within that narrow region, having influence at the federal, I'm saying. Who's the wait? Yeah, right now. So I am saying, no, I'm saying within us, right? There is a way, not necessarily influence. Let's show example. Let's say charity begins at home. Let's focus within our own little share that we have. Let's build that one Nigeria we want to see at the federal level within our that, like just like a model. Let's build a model.
You cannot build it. Innocent Motors is producing motor cars. Are you getting
Yeah.
me? If the federal government to theft the import, they will just kill that industry. Why are they not paying? In America, in America, you patronize American-made cars. In Germany, they produce German cars for Germans. Why are they not patronizing the man's business?
Mr. James, okay, listen to it's a question. Also listen to my question first. The question I'm asking. Okay, let me use the Innocent Motors, right? The point I'm trying to make with the Niger Delta that Innocent Motor is in the southeast, right? Leave federal government out of this. The southeastern 5 states should be able to come together and say our official vehicle within this region will be innocent motors. That's an example I'm saying. You understand what I mean? So for the fact that within themselves, let's say this industry is in our region, the number one beneficiary first is the people within them, because the workers and the secondary workers are going to come from that region. We are going to make sure all our official vehicles will be buying from this.
You know why it will not work? You know why it will not work? Why is it that the Igbos, their political leaders, they hardly see anything from each other's point of view?
Yes, that's why I say we can do. We should set the example, right? That's why I said. Now you get my question. So why can't we do it? With
No,
that,
no, the issue is this. The issue is this. Everything is micromanaged from federal level to state level. If you are pursuing that kind of policy, at the federal level, the power brokers, when it comes to election time, they will make sure your party do not nominate you to win elections. They put people of the whole system is micromanaged from the federal level.
no, Mr. James, I think because there is already a model. Sharia law, it's coming together of how many states. So it's doable. I'm not saying that because that's an example. These are 3 states that come and say, "Come, this is what we want."
Excuse me. What is doable? Sharia law exists on paper. If Sharia, excuse me, no. What I mean is this: if Sharia says that when you steal, they cut off your hand, why are they not cutting the hands of the governors?
No. Mr. James, now you are talking about the effectiveness of the policy, but the most important thing.
On paper, it's not effective.
No. See, you are saying that because we are not at the receiving end. My point is that they have done something. They have achieved something. Now, how it functions, the viability of it is a different game. That's another. So the fact that they have achieved something, that means every other region too, because that's how it starts.
Just like what you say. What's the meaning of pandemic?
No, those again. That's a region. Just Pandem and Niger, they are all the same. We have 6 regions.
They've come together. They've come together, but they are unable to achieve their goal. Just the way the Sharia people are unable to achieve their goal. There's still alcoholism in the north. There's alcoholism in the north. Even the Muslims in the north, they drink. Will you deny that?
Mr. James, I don't know why you. I don't see. You don't. I don't think you understand the question I'm asking.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say, you are emphasizing on the functionality of that. That's not the point. The point is that an idea has been conceived and debated it. That's the most important thing. If Sharia law is not functioning now, the probability is going to work tomorrow is there. So a different generation will work. We start from there. They're not going to start from the scratch.
The probability that Pandef will work tomorrow is there. If we cannot do it now,
Pandef is working. Pandef is just the name of the region. No, Pandef is the name of the region, just like South, Southwest, and that's the same. Southeast, it's just a recognition of this region. But I'm saying, because before you actually achieve nationalism anything, you have to show it, say, I have done it here. Everything you see America is doing now at the world stage, they've already practiced this within the state, various constituencies in America and or outside before they're implementing it. So that's what I'm saying. As a region, what can we say we have done to say yes? Just like Mr. James, your good example is Awolowo. That is an idea that has been conceived, which is the free education. They conceive it and they put it there. It worked now and it's dead. So you are now blaming the generation now that they cannot continue from there. But the good thing is that they conceive an idea that is original to them and they put it in motion. So that's what I'm saying. Why is it that if the Yorubas cannot come together, the Igbos cannot come together, we in our small
enclave,
I can't even see what is flying. So, what I'm saying is that among all this region that is already established, because I'm Mr. James, I'm asking you this question because I've agreed with you that there was never a nation, and there's not going to be a nation if we continue like this. So I'm trying to see the various components, right, and the probability of surviving and progressive, and how I think it should be done. We should practice something first. Then, if you work, right, then we push it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
Nigeria,
we can exist without Nigeria. I'm not. That's not the point.
Nigeria is beyond redemption.
I agree, but I'm
Good.
talking
So
about
why should we waste time? Why should we waste time talking grammar?
no. But how should we go if it's not going to work? That's what I'm saying. Now, what is the solution? Since we cannot work as a unit, I'm saying, what is the solution?
I've said it a number of times on Dr. Damage's platform. There is nothing wrong if a country should break up. Pakistan broke away from India. Bangladesh broke away from Pakistan. The Soviet Union was dissolved. Ottoman Empire collapsed. Bosnia and Herzegovina, Czechoslovakia, Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia, Ethiopia and Eritrea. There are a lot of cases in history. If we cannot live together, there's no need for us to spill blood.
Again, Mr. James, I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we agree that it's not going to work as a unit. So I am saying, okay, if we want to survive, we have to go component where everybody have to go separate ways, right? Which is the argument you are making too, right? Everybody has to go their own way. So I'm not saying as somebody who is caught within a region, just like the pandemic, it's called a region. Why can't we show example now? Something to make argument at the center. Just as you say, I will establish a very clear and say, hey, at that point, if they advocated that they want to leave, what were the chances of the success? Let me put it that. Imagine the fight the Biafran fought to leave. It was the Awos, the Southwest. Would it have been the same or different?
It would have been the same. Because the rest of the country would have teamed up against them and fight them the way they fought the Biafrans. Because the power brokers.
I agree. But do you think they would have a better argument based on the success they've achieved with the Awolowo's?
No, they will not have a better argument because in Western Nigeria today, they have everything it takes to make a country. Where did they get the resources from? Certainly not from Western Nigeria. The airports, the universities, the seaports, the roads, the ministries, all the infrastructures in the West, they are all products from other parts of the country. You get the point? Particularly that center called Lagos. The development spilled from Lagos to the other parts of the country. And of course, they capitalize on their educational base. If Awolowo had not sent them to school in large numbers, they would not have been able to benefit from the resources of the country. So if they say they want to break away from the country, I don't think they have any genuine reason to do it. And this is the reason why they benefited more than any other section of the country from the resources of the country.
Yeah. So, okay, that means our destiny is bound to be together. That's what, if from what you are saying, because no one can exist without the resources of that.
You can't say our destiny is. No, I think I disagree because we are not making any concerted efforts to solve the problems of the country.
Neither are we making concerted efforts. No region. Answer to my question.
No, the only thing they have is to pack it up.
Exactly. So
it would have been better. It would have been better if we solved the problems of the country. But since we are not willing, we are able, we are capable of solving it, but we are not willing to solve it because of the ruling class. So, I mean,
but Mr. James, you said
the
something
better
that I
party
like,
does.
right? I like the case you make against for the Yorubas that even if they want to leave, they cannot leave. One, the rest of the country will get up against them. Two, in a way, they don't really have the resources to stay on their own, right? which goes to pretty much every other component of the nations too. Now, the Igbo man they made an attempt to go the kinetic way, forceful way, peaceful way, forceful way, however you want to do it, but that didn't work. Now, I'm now proposing that okay, if one region can just step up and in a way close its eye to the inadequacy of the federal government and focus on their region, use the little they have to make a statement,
I'm
build
not
that
getting you.
region.
The line is breaking. I'm not getting you.
So if the country cannot go their separate way by blood and sweat, and you don't see any region actually raising up to the occasion and build themselves economically and use it as a model, then which other way than do you now see? Because there has to be an escape valve. Something has to give. Something has to be. So I agree that you said that that thing that might spark, that might actually lead us to that point, no one can tell now. But are you now saying, all right, we should leave it to God? God will do our. Is that what you are saying? Mr. James is frozen. I like the conversation because I for me at this point, I don't resign my fate until somebody we have able to, at this point we don't establish the idea of experts. They have the idea of intellectual educated. Yeah, those are a bunch of disappointment, right? Thanks to the latest advancements of knowledge, way of learning and all that kind of stuff. So the point now is it has to now be practical. One has to go and do something at a very small scale and present it to the nation. Say, come, this will work. Either from a local government perspective, from a state or a region. Abi, Mr. James. Somebody has to
I
be
could
able to
not get
present
you
a
because
model.
you were.
No, I said that
I could not get you.
we have made attempt to make it work collectively. Work. One region I decided to take it upon themselves and say, you know what, the consequences. It did not work. Another region is trying to come from the religion perspective, which is the Sharia law, and you strongly argue that it's not working and it's not going to work. I am proposing, okay, maybe if one region gets its economic house in order, that could be a model. You don't see the possibility of that, right? So there has to be something. Something has to give. And you argue that thing that we give is not possible. No one can predict it. I agree. But are we just going to be in a limbo for how long? Mr. James.
I'm sorry. I could not get you. The line was very bad.
But are you hearing me now?
Yes,
You're
I
not
can hear
hearing me.
you.
You can hear me now.
I hear you. Yes.
So I said so far we have tried the collectiveness, right? The collective way, to see if we can forge ahead as well, but it's not working. One region decided to go the ultimate way, take harm. It didn't work. Another region, Another region. Oh, so sorry. Mas. Another region trying to use the religious route with the Sharia. You push out, forcefully that it's not working and it's not going to work. And I am saying, okay, maybe a region should develop economic plan, and if it works, maybe that would be the model. You say the chance of that working too is not there. So something has to give.
Obviously, let me answer you. Mr. Jet, have been telling you
Okay.
nothing can work because all these plans have been in place. What do you mean of Pandef? What are they there for? It's not to develop the region. Or what is it here for? It develop the region. End of the day, what do they do? They collect the money from the center and share it among themselves. So that's what Mr. Jesse is telling you. Just like Sharia is on paper. So if Sharia is
I agree
something
now.
active,
So waiting
so
will work. That's the next
now,
step. So waiting will
my
work
brother,
because we just
you
this
see
is
this
this is
question?
our destiny. We don't go like that.
You see this question, a junk question. I don't think it will work. That even
No,
when you put the
no.
right person, you think that you put the right person. The next day, what you see is something that you make you cry. You see my point. Even when we think
No,
that okay,
see, Uzo,
yeah,
Uzo.
so
If our great grandparents here they talk like this, they would just cry.
why they go cry?
You understand?
Why they go cry?
Eh?
Why they go cry?
Because you say we just did.
Because we have each one of us. I know how many people supported from here to go and make a change. End of the day, no, you know, at a point, I know you can't go. At least bring somebody. Let's go make a change. All right. Even from the United States here, I
Yeah,
don't pick
but
my uncle there.
that doesn't
End
mean
of the day, the person went there can't even pick my uncle call anymore. He damn them and do whatever he want to do. He not live in Abuja collecting his own. So that's what I'm talking about. So,
yeah,
and if
but
you
so
say
you can't give up.
no, if you say you move from here, one of my guy move from here to go and contest for election. He want do it in the right way. All right, the people on ground, they chase and come out. Yes, but that I don't know. I tell you, said I just question because we don't know where
Because
to start.
see now, so if the people will chase you come on, what do they mean? You gonna give up? Those people
Now
they
why don't
don't.
give
You
up?
are not more Nigerian
Wait,
than them. Now. You
wait,
are
you
not more
don't even
Nigerian than
no, no,
them.
no,
Now.
no, no. Yeah, no, the chest be say carry the body from mortuary, draw for one bond junction, write petitions that the guy, my guy kill the person. What do you expect the person to do? That kind of incident. Eh?
Uzo. If you lose your job
Police
today, now go say that's it.
police start they chase the guy up and
No,
down.
I ask
The
you,
guy have to quickly come back
no,
here.
now if you wait, Uzo,
Uh-huh.
if you lose your job today, now would that be the end?
I
You go
find
look
that
for
job
another
now.
one now. If you
But
don't
not
get that,
when I
you go again.
but when I but no
Abi,
but
you
no
go
when
to,
I,
if
I
you
lose
don't get that,
no
you go to
when
find one until you get one, Abi.
when don't when I lose my job with something that I don't know nothing about. No, losing job they different, man. Get your way go lose, man. You know if you get another job now. You know that quite all right.
Uzo,
Get your way go
as
get
you
another
did
job.
so,
You
you
know how
need
this
your both. Uzo, you need your both hand to work. You need your two leg to get to work. Even if you cut your both leg, hand and leg, you go see the look for job. Right? Because you are still
Yeah, go
alive, you are still living, and you have to survive. So
okay.
that be the issue of Nigeria.
Okay, see, I understand all the things you're saying, all right? I understand what you're saying. Why can't a group of people be together to change, make a change? I'm suggesting telling you that if without the center, nothing people,
No,
no group of people can do.
Uzo, it's not about the people. You have to believe say if change go fit happen first. If you don't believe change go fit happen, you go dey discouraged. If you believe the change go happen, you send person go there, you know work, you go join them. So you keep trying. That's the whole point. But for us to keep trying, we have to see an exit door. We have to be able to imagine an exit door. We have to be able to, just like Mr. James was talking about, the Awolowos, they had a plan that they are working on. So we have to be able to envision a direction. Then we go with the plan. If the plan don't work, we change the plan again because at this point, it's not the vision because we can see clearly that this road is not going to lead us nowhere. So that means we have a vision already. That means the alternative is to find another way.
Okay, let me give an example. Let me give an
So-
example now. Even as you are putting the regions together, you are putting the region to get together now. All right, from same societies, for example, Imo and Abia, they can never agree for one thing. There may be something wrong. All right, even in Imo State, over a zone and a loose zone, they can never agree. There will be a fight. All right. So that's the problem. Everybody have their see. Nigeria is complicated.
Even your children, they no go agree. They go always fight, right? That's a normal thing. That's who we are. So that's why I say, if Imo and Abia no agree, why Imo no fit show us example for their own state alone? If you don't say all the 10 local government no go agree, one. I just want an example. Somebody to just say, come, if you see what we do for that local government. If we go back, it will work.
There's no example.
I don't give the example of my village because we will fight.
Only person, only where we give you example now. Even Anambra State, if I even point example for you in Anambra State, there's a community that put hands together, develop as like in some community in Anambra, they put hands together.
What did they do for Anambra? If we do one for Nigeria, it will work.
You do road, do this, do that. All right. You see my point. Now, but my brother, they still had their own problem.
No. What did they do for Anambra? Is this worth selling to the nation? Say, come, if this thing we Anambra people they do, if we do it for another state, another region, another country, it will work.
Okay, it's just everything we are talking about is money. Is also you have the idea. Wait, let me tell you something. You have the idea, all right, to do it. If you have the idea, you get 5 people for your state now that have that financial power, all right, without the government support. You can decide to buy 10 kilos for the community. You can decide to tie road. Tell every person, tie road, tie 5. That's what they do in Anambra. Tie 10 kilometers of road and then the street after you. People start the tie road, or with their own money. You get my road now. Okay. Collectively, let's launch and put CCTV, put this thing with their own money, pockets. So that's everything now in our pocket. Then put 5-10 people together, 1 million, not from government side. It's your own individual hustle. That's what I mean. But the only thing on government side, my brother, it has.
Yeah, but that no go work. The only way that thing go work, if una 5 of una so get the plan, get the money. What you not supposed to do? Una will go meet una local government, una village, whenever una want that plan, una go say, okay, this is what we have. Let's
you
put that before the community now. So the community will come out and say, this is how we want to do it.
Let me give one example now. What make what do you think make him popular? He win the election for YPP. He is the architect of this, I'm telling you right now. That will make him more who he is. He's the architect of it. You see my point. That will make him more popular. That will make him win the election for YPP. Clear the local government because they see something he did. They want you to go and represent. That's why everybody is still crying for his death because the guy really did. You see my point. I don't give one example. So imagine you get that kind of 5 people like that in one community. You see my point. They have that have the financial backup, have the government backup, have the as a politician, but you know what I mean. It's not. I don't give you somebody you know is okay. Look at what he does. So
no. I just that you see now. So that's what I'm saying because when we talk here, nowhere, and I say just always a way. It's just that now because we don't give up. And that's exactly how.
When I say we don't give up, all right. Not because they come from my village now say they want great road, they want tie road. But now, okay, right now, we never get part of my place for over 6 months now. They just decide say NEPA send a 10 million to fix the whole wires. Government no get money. Everybody went abroad go contribute 130, 200,000. Make we do them. That's what we say the support. So who that support one look at it again?
No. See.
No, what I'm saying.
What I'm saying, what you talk so if it is working, then you now sell it to the next level. maybe not the whole state. Maybe not waiting at maybe. I know they don't say
Yeah,
that
yeah.
solution be
As
that
you
now.
said,
A
he
solution be
worked for
that.
one local government. No, as you said, all right, he worked for one local government. So they can't call us say, okay, don't work for here. The same people will do that contract say, we want me to help us our own. Now they are working on it. And that's what I mean.
That's what
If you
they
want to
do.
work, we'll keep on trying. But my brother,
So that means
but
when I don't
these are,
establish a system,
if
we will say
an
even if we
individual
know they
effort,
again. So we're able to establish a system, even if we know they again,
Yes, sir.
the next people will continue building on that.
No,
Yes.
we are just wasting our bloody time talking grammar. The country is irredeemable. It's beyond redemption. Look at all the
Yeah, but
progressive nations of the world. Do they discuss this kind of problem we are discussing now? Germany, Singapore, Japan, Indonesia, you name it.
when they were in our stage, yes, they did. When
No,
they were
not,
fighting
not
wars
this
up
kind
and
of.
down.
Look, my man, I think I have to sign out. I have better things to do that will be wasting my time on Nigerian wahala. Thank you very much indeed for the opportunity.
All right, Mr. James. So there's no Nigerian problem cannot be solved with
Can
a
you hear
grand
me?
solution. Nigerian problem cannot be
The
solved with
line
a
is
grand
not good.
solution. Nah,
Look, the
small.
country is irredeemable. The country is beyond redemption. Since 1960, we'll be talking of small. Look at the nations we are at the same level in 1960. The gap they've given us, we cannot even bridge it within 2 generations. Yet we are still talking of small.
There has to be solution
Yes,
now.
the area will just sit down and work out modalities on what to do.
Something has to be done. All
So,
of us
good
are agree
night. It's
that the country is
already
not working. So what should we do? We just say something has to be done now. Nothing will happen until we move.
it's 7:30
Whatever we
p.m.
want, now we go initiate that. Whatever that we want, we have to make a move. So we
I
can't
wish you a
just sit
good
down and
night
say, okay,
rest
it's not going
tonight.
to work, and we just sit down. And we expect things to change. It's not going to change now. So for something to happen, action has to be taken. We have to take action now. We can't just say, okay, it's not going to work, and we just sit down.
You see, somebody's asking a question. Somebody's asking a question. How was the United States, United Kingdom, Europe in 60 years of their existence? The issue
There
is this:
was.
we don't
There
have
was.
to. No, excuse me. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. The template is already there. All we need to do is to follow the template. You get
No,
the point?
but
If you want
what
to
if we're
write a
having the
book
same?
now,
If we're having the same problem, what do we do?
If you want to write a book now, you don't need to go and invent the English alphabet, A, B, C, D to Z. You're not, it has been
No, but
invented.
Mr.
So
James,
what you have to do, look, the template
if
is
the
already
problem,
there. You don't,
yeah, I will follow the template. That's exactly what we are doing. We are following template of other country now. We have to solve
so
one
thank you
problem
very
at a
much.
time.
Good night. I have to go.
All right, Mr.
Nigerian
James.
problem. So see you again maybe tomorrow.
All right.
Merci.
So we have to keep moving. If we don't move, then we are where we are. So the way we move, so if we have the same problem that other country have, we have to study them now. If there's a stage they follow, and that's the stage we are. We can't be saying we agree that we have a problem, but we are not going to stop at that now. Okay, this is the problem. Then what? We just say, there's no way. You just do like that. Then we wake up, okay, complaining. It's not going to work. So our problem is with the Siam nationally. That's why we are all unhappy about it. It's that time we zero into our spheres of influence. America wants to expand. America want to define their role in the world. America is whatever you think America is going through. But guess what? They are just retrieving to say, come, okay, we have a problem. How do we take care of it? We need to come back. We need to reduce some of our, unnecessary strategy outside so that we stay focused. Then we go out again. That's just like when your car is having issue, you park car, you go make out the deficit, and then so the same thing. We all agree that Nigeria has a problem, it's not working. Okay. We just don't say it's not going to work. We have tried this before, it no work, so it no go work. We tried this, so okay. Try everything, you know what? We are there like that. If we are resigned to our fate, then we should stop talking. Nigeria is not working. Nigeria did not get to where it is today on the grand slides. They started by merging us, north and south. They carve us little by little. That's how you do it. So we all have to take the same routes. But coming in from the outside, we'll come back small. Let me trying to influence or do something that I think is good in my spheres of influence, in my areas of influence. Again, I'm using America. America say, no, all this our shenanigans. Let's come home. Because of our adventure in the world, now we are now seeing the problem from that angle. That's not how to solve the problem. You have to trace your way back. So America are tracing their way back to where it started from. First of all, getting their house in order, then expand their spheres of influence, which is their neighborhood. As how they started 60 years ago, when they were in 60 years, that's when they started by spheres of influence. They were able to overcome their internal differences. They did it. America get independent 1776, I believe. Monroe Doctrine was what? 1923. Give and take 40, 50, 60 years in between. Now we have failed because we have not been able to take care of our internal problem. Not taking of have exercising influence over our neighboring states. But guess what? The Americans too, we did not overcome their internal problem. They understand it. There was still very much division between the North and the South. The North were flourishing with modern factories and all that, while the South is still, living their best life with slavery. And they dominated government, by the way. So they had to settle their score in 1863, almost 100 years later. 1766 to 1863. Somebody said, what, 90-something years. They had to fight civil war. We serve now, after how many years? 6 years, 7 years. Now we recognize our differences. We went to war immediately. Unfortunately, we are here. We have able to collapse every regional structure to be under one supervision of the federal government. But we have not been able to see beyond the second layer, which is religion. Because Hausa and Igbo, they marry themselves. Fulani and Yoruba, we marry ourselves, that is the only hope I have for the next generation. My generation are the generation that live what Nigeria represents. So when we overcome this external civilization, which is religion, and which, as far as I'm concerned, the next 3-4 generation will not even understand what this religion means. Then they will forge ahead. But until then, we cannot. So if we want to follow templates, that's what America did. But as I said, they had to come back almost 100 years later for civil war. What the Civil War did was also empower the federal government over every side. Which one will ask me, that's what our Civil War did too. Put the federal government over every other region. So we have a problem. We can't see eye to eye. We are too big to coexist. But guess what? Let everybody go back to and exercise influence over their territory and see if the federal government will collapse. The federal government will collapse. If we just exercise political influence over our immediate territory, fears of influence, where will they live? That's why I came up with the idea: don't vote for who don't live with you. If you and your councillor no, they go buy tomato, buy picnic, buy this thing for the same place, for the same store, why are you voting for that kind of person? Why would that person? How you trust your whole existence on that person's hand to make case for you? If your children no fit go the same school where your chairman, local government chairman go, of what use? Why are you voting for that person? It doesn't make sense. So let's get to that point and see if the center no go dey shake. So their stage is a cycle of life. They born you, you grow up, you become a young adult, they begin produce, you die. That's how life. That's how the American system today. That is how they base the idea, the concept called America. They understand the human being life cycle now 40 years. The Roman Empire pretty much based on the 100-year cycle. The American system is based on 80-year cycle. They understand, say, man has 4 years pretty much. If you are lucky enough, every 20 years. After the 420 years, you are gone. 60 years, if you are still physically strong, God bless you. If you reach 80 years and you beyond, that's bonus. But maybe all that will change as the technology involved, because they say we live twice our age now, 120, 150. But the point is that the same thing with the nation state life cycle. It's not rocket science. We get our independence. we put our acts together. We grow to exercise influence over the meeting environment. If you are too successful, you go adventure all over the world, and then you die. If you don't die, you are lucky enough to invent yourself by your offsprings or by giving it. So be it. But all this stage involve the movement, action. Action has to be taken. Each generation has to recognize that this is where we are. This is what our own job. That's why I agree with Mr. James when he was talking about the foundation that the Awolowo was built. We are the beneficiary of those foundations. And then when they tell us that everything has to be paid for now, but they had it free. And we will see Nigeria know they work. I will work. When you work, things were done differently. Now when you know they work, it's just for us to say, why things change? It is because we drifted. If you say that system is old, yeah, it's upon you to modernize it. It's as simple as not to abandon it. Don't do that. So the generation that we're given a solid foundation fails. They are the experts of today. They are the intellectuals that we have today, who were tasked and given the responsibility of impacting the generation. Just give them what you were given. It doesn't make you do anything extra. They couldn't do it. Now where we are. Now, the same people, generation are telling us it's not going to work. Okay, because some people get it wrong. Just like Mr. Jim always quotes, a mistake of a generation is enough to destroy. This is what we are saying. A generation that where everything was invested in them. But the cocos remains the solution is not going to be it's not going to be a grass slide. Go ask Trump. Trump nowhere in take it. How they do have. So as far as I'm concerned, politics is local. Federal government, more live and fair. We'll get out. So Nigeria we failed. That's why I think I will talk with that. But there is hope for the next generation to come. Because we, as we are, it's as if we have lost it. We are at a crossroad. We don't even know where. It's like we don't even know how. We keep forgetting that we carry ourselves each year. We want to die. We get free education, get free everything with the flex. So it's a change will come.
Up like Ali and his committee. Let's focus on the positive stories and let's just calm down, turn a new chapter. And if we believe that peace is possible, then peace really can be possible. So we're going to continue to work every day. We need all of your help to do it. And again, I just really want to thank President Trump for his leadership in doing this. This would not have been possible without your commitment to this. Everyone thought it was impossible to end this war. You never gave up. You never stopped. Every time there was a setback, you told us to try harder. You gave us different ideas. And we've made several impossible things happen just in Gaza to date, and there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to make even more impossible things happen. So really thank you for your amazing leadership.
Thank you, Jared and Steve. Now I would like to introduce and welcome to the podium the High Representative for Gaza, Nikolay Mladenov.
Mr. President, it's a great honor and a massive responsibility for me, for my team, for all of us to be here with you to begin this journey. Who would have thought 2 years ago that we will be sitting here with this group of countries, with this leadership, giving the people of Gaza a new chance? Who would have thought that last Friday I would be sitting, Mr. President, in Cairo with an amazing group of Palestinian technocrats, people who you don't see on the news, people who are not media personalities, but who are experts, who are committed to giving their people a chance in life. And this is what this is all about. For too long, Gazans, Palestinians and Israelis have lived with conflict, with death, with destruction. Now the page turns. And whether the page turns successfully really depends on all of us. We have the ingredients for it. We have the leadership of the United States and President Trump. We have a great group of countries joining the Board of Peace and more to come. We have a fantastic Palestinian team on the ground, and we must make it work. Our partnerships are there, our plans are in place, and we need your support. And finally, I look to all of you who are in this room and who are watching this meeting from their screens at home or in their offices. Please put away your talking points for a minute. Please put away your fears. Please put away your concerns. Please stop listening to the rumors and to the gossip. Focus on what we have to do today, because the future of 2 million Palestinians is at stake, and if we give them a chance, we will do more than that. We will create opportunities for 1 billion people who live in the Middle East and beyond, and who are responsible, also who want to see transformation and a chance in life for the future. So please join us on this journey, join the Board of Peace, and join us in supporting this excellent initiative. And thank you again, President Trump and the United States, for taking this decisive leadership forward.
Thank you. President Trump, would you like to make some concluding remarks?
None of the moments.
Well, I just want to tell you it's all happening. And one of the first things I said when we really got involved in this project, and it's a big one, but it's very doable, I said to Jared and Steve and some of the other folks, including Larry Fink, congratulations on the great success the two of you have done. This is bigger and better than ever. We usurped some of your time for a very important reason, and you understand that better than anybody, and we appreciate that you're here very much. Thank you both very much. But I said, this is a great location. It all begins, see, I'm a real estate person at heart, and it's all about location. I said, look at this location on the sea, look at this beautiful piece of property, what it could be for so many people. It'll be so great. People that are living so poorly are going to be living so well. But it all began with the location. That's the vision. They look out on the waters, and very few places are like it. So we put together a team that's outstanding, a team that's done it before, a team that I think has done tougher jobs. If you want to know the truth, we've done some tough jobs. And we continue to, as far as the United States is concerned, we're behind it. And the United States has never been stronger, never been bigger, better. It's doing really well. You see that, building thousands of businesses, plants, factories all over the United States are right now under construction. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And this is just an honor to be involved with this and to be involved with the great people in this room and the great leaders that are sitting on stage. We thank you very much. And we have many others that have signed up, and they all want to be members of the Board of Peace because it really will be important. This is not going to be a waste of time. We waste so much time on things that never happen. This will happen, and it's already happening. Thank you very much, everybody. It's with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this podcast from Geopolitical Futures. I'm Christian Smith. What does 2026 hold for global geopolitics? It's a question that seems tougher to answer than normal at the moment, but it's the question that the team at Geopolitical Futures has tried to answer in its newly released annual forecast, titled Re-Anchoring the World. At its heart is the belief that global geopolitics in 2026 will be driven by the US-China relationship, a relationship which will eventually lead to a much-needed accord between the two countries, and a relationship that will define the next generation of international relations. Now, the full forecast, which details what to expect in each of the world's regions, is available at geopoliticalfutures.com for subscribers. But today on the pod, we wanted to give you just a bit of a flavor of the overarching global forecast on the US and China, and what it means for two of the world's other major powers, India and Russia. I'm joined, of course, by Geopolitical Futures chairman and the architect of that forecast, George Friedman.
Hello.
First, though, George, let's not dodge the geopolitical question of the moment, I suppose. Greenland. Now, we're recording this on Tuesday before President Trump has gone to the World Economic Forum at Davos on Wednesday, and there we expect apparently some developments to potentially happen, so bear that in mind. But George, look, you've been writing about geopolitics for a long time, but on Monday this week, you released a piece, and I would encourage our listeners and viewers out there to go ahead and have a read of that on geopoliticalfutures.com. You wrote that what's going on in Greenland at the moment, in the US and Washington and in Europe, that it has you a bit flummoxed, perhaps. Why is that?
I'm a lot flummoxed on that. The basic importance of Greenland is clear, strategically and in terms of minerals. The American interest in being sure that it's secure is completely understandable. The American desire to own Greenland now is really at the edge of comprehension, because we can certainly do all these things before. The decision to put tariffs on any European country that opposed the American acquisition of Greenland is beyond understanding. One, because the United States has suffered from these tariffs as well as its targets. Secondly, it puts in danger a fundamental reality, the relationship of the United States and Europe. However it evolves, it is a fundamental thing. So at that point, I said, and I wrote to my readers, an apology. I make a confession. I do not understand why he did this. Now, my work is based on understanding what nations must do, what they cannot do, what their capabilities are, and to forecast based on that. That particular action by Trump went beyond anything I could understand. And therefore, I had to tell my readers that I don't understand it, and I don't understand it. And if the letter that is circulating of what he wrote to the president of Norway, saying that because he didn't get the Nobel Prize, this is why these things are happening, then I'm really out there where this is beyond my understanding. I don't know who should be called in at this moment, and I won't say it. On the other hand, I can't figure it out. So that can be it. Was my last 24 hours. 48 hours, because social media is going kind of crazy on this, and every one of my readers has written me letters on this. And this is a fundamental issue now. You know, we normally, every president is an egomaniac. The idea that you can be a president of the United States requires such a massive ego. But all other presidents have managed to hide them. When you take a look at, for example, President Clinton, it was more visible. But the degree to which the ego of Trump is revealing itself is extraordinary and not quite understandable. So that's what I've been working on for a while.
I mean, you've written in the last couple of weeks about the strategic importance of Greenland. We talked about it on the podcast a couple of weeks ago as well, before we talked about Iran. I mean, and I think generally speaking, because of the kind of public nature of this discussion, now most people on both sides of the Atlantic who pay attention to these things understands the sort of strategic basics of what's going on here. I mean, what is the danger, do you think, from an ally perspective of targeting allies over this in terms of tariffs? You know, we're now seeing threats of 200% tariff on French wines, which is devastating if you like wine, but probably not the end of the world. What is the danger of this in the medium to long term?
Well, obviously, economic entanglement between the US and Europe is deep, as well as security entanglement. To break one is to break the other to some extent. But we have to remember that there's a Supreme Court case pending. The claim has been made that Trump does not have the legal right to do tariffs without congressional approval, because it's a tax, and that's in the hands of that. So it's not clear that he can even do this. It's not even clear to me that he meant to do this, but simply wanted to have a bargaining tool. But it was a bargaining tool that was beyond the pale of bargaining in my mind. And if there was simply a bargaining tool, well, okay, I can back off and say, fine, let's have the bargain. But given the intensity with which he defended that position, and given the intensity with which the Europeans are responding, it can cause a serious gap. Now, the Europeans must have a relationship with the United States. The United States must have a relationship with Europe in some way. This is not going to be the end of it, but it puts serious strain on it. At the same time, as in the United States, it creates a legal crisis potentially, and certainly, I suspect, in many ways, hurts him politically in the United States.
George, just while we're talking about it, you mentioned the correspondence with the Norwegian president, and the point about the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, is all of this in some ways just trolling? You know, Trump loves trolling. He did this AI video of Gaza. Do you think that's what it is?
The question of that letter, I don't know. But at the same time, if the president of the United States goes very further with this, he's facing massive domestic American repercussions. His standings in the polls have deteriorated sufficiently that most people think him an ineffective president, somewhat over 50%. At the same time, I think most Americans will see this as confirming their suspicions that Donald Trump goes to extremes that they do not like. So there is a repercussion not only between Europe and the United States. This has political consequences in the United States, particularly at a time when his extreme actions, for example, in the state of Minnesota, with the ICE people, have alienated many of his voters. He still has substantial support, but not majority support. And with the elections looming in 2026, many political questions are there. So the issue of how he is acting and has more than global or less than global implications. It also has deep implications in American politics.
George, last question on this. A lot of people have asked the question, does this approach to Greenland and the sort of lack of respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, does that give more license to the likes of Russia and Ukraine or China and Taiwan, say, to do the same thing, to say, look, we want this and we're going to take it?
Russia has already done that. They said, I want Ukraine, I'm going to take it. The Chinese are already doing it. So it's the Americans following the Chinese and the Russians, not the other way around. The idea that this is somehow legalize or legitimize these claims ignores the fact that these claims are commonly being made by various countries of each other. So I would say that that's going to another extreme of what the power is of the American presidency.
Right, very good. Now, look, let's talk about something real for once. On with the GPF forecast for 2026. Last year's, the 2025 forecast was titled "A World Without an Anchor." I mean, just remind us, because I think it's kind of important to remember that before we move on to this year's one. Remind us what last year's one was about.
Well, in a strange way, the Cold War anchored the world. Each nation could be the United States, an ally of the Soviet Union, or neutral. These things did not change rapidly, and so the world was, in a sense, anchored. To me, the Cold War ended in Ukraine. When the Russian army failed to occupy all of Ukraine, driven back from Kiev, and now is standing there trying to hold on to a very small wedge of Ukraine, it demonstrated that it could not invade Europe, which was the fundamental fear of the Cold War. And therefore, two things happened. The US-Russian standoff, which defined the world, is now obsolete. Russia is nowhere near as powerful as the United States, is nowhere near that. And at the same time, it creates a situation where all the other countries must redefine their relationships. We talked about Europe. The European relationship with the United States was based on the Russian threat, the Soviet threat, that if they invaded, this created NATO and everything else. Okay? With the Russians having shown their military limits, profound military limits, there's many discussions that, oh, after this, they'll invade this country, that country. Well, they couldn't take even half of Ukraine. They're not going to be able to do these other things. So now the world is without an anchor. The anchor that both frightened the world and placed everything in its place, the Cold War, is clearly over. This means that we are now in an unstable position globally, not in the sense that wars are going to break out and so on and so forth, but many nations don't know where we're going. And therefore, it will re-anchor itself. And we think that that's what's going to happen. The world will re-anchor itself this year.
And how will it do that?
Well, there are two great powers in this world who have both military capabilities on a potentially global basis and massive economies. That's the United States and China. Russia is no longer a global power. It does not have the military capability of acting throughout the world, and its economy is extremely weak and getting much weaker. It's far below, it's ranked 9 or 10 or something in the general rankings. U.S. is 1, 2, with Europe, if it ever united, actually being 2, slightly larger than China. So we have this thing going on. What is the relationship between the United States and China? This is the fundamental issue. During the Cold War, the U.S. and the Soviets were hostile to each other and maneuvered around the world on that basis. The United States and China have been hostile to each other as well. At the same time, very economically involved, entangled. Okay? So the question is the relationship between the U.S. and China, these two great powers, going to be hostile, as it was during the Cold War? Or is there going to be a different one? I expect it to be different for various reasons.
And look, we're trying to give a bit of an overview of this forecast here, so we don't want to give everything away, I suppose. But I mean, explain a couple of those reasons why China and the US. And it's one of those questions that has been on analysts' minds for more than a decade. Of is this a Thucydides trap, and are we about to face a situation where the US and China just have to confront each other? Talk us through why that's not the case.
Well, first, the Chinese economy surged starting in 1980. One foundation of that surge was access to the American economy. They could export lower-priced goods to the United States, and they did so massively. A second dimension of the Chinese growth was American investment in China. There was a great deal of investment going on. So China was and continues to be very dependent on its access to the United States. The United States is 25% of the world's economy. If you don't have access to that 25%, and you've built your economy around trading with the things the Americans need, both in terms of consumer goods and in terms of components of technology and so on and so forth, if you can't have that access, there's no one place, let alone a collection of places where you can go. So the Chinese have an inherent dependence economically on the American economy. And right now, because of the tariffs, they're in deep economic problems. There's significant unemployment in China, which was not the case before. Its financial system is in trouble. Its growth rate has gone below 5% now. It used to be, in its heyday, 15%, then quieted down to 5%. Now it seems to be hovering about 3% growth rates. So the Chinese are in serious trouble. They need access to the American market. At the same time, the U.S. economy is seeing a fundamental rise, not an inflation figure so much as affordability, as it said. Many of the goods that were shipped from China were lower cost, giving access to consumers to various products. For example, in medicine, in pharmacology. They were very critical in supplying it. The price of that has gone up. And as that price goes up, pressures build inside the United States too. The problems economically in the United States is less than the problems in China, but still they're there. Therefore, from an economic point of view, the two countries have an accommodation. Question is, how do you accommodate yourself and be dependent, mutually dependent on each other, while maintaining a hostile military posture? And that's what has to be worked out.
Take a moment to follow and rate us on your preferred podcast platform. For video versions of the show and much more, subscribe on YouTube at Geopolitical Futures GPF. Click the link in the description below to gain access to our full 2026 forecast, Re-Anchoring the World, complete with geopolitical predictions, maps, and graphics from our global team of analysts. And you're going to have to read the forecast to understand in particular how the two may find a compromise in some ways on Taiwan. But let's just have a look at what an accommodation might actually look like. So when you say an accommodation, they've got to come to a military and a economic accommodation. What would that look like? What would this sort of state of the world be?
Well, to start that story, you have to really take a look at the Arab oil embargo. After the Israeli Arab wars, the Arabs cut off oil sales to the United States. During the 1970s, this wrecked the economy. It was in very dire trouble when we didn't have the oil. The gas stations didn't have oil, gasoline to provide, and so on and so forth. So what the Arabs did was use their economic power over the United States to punish the United States for supporting Israel. This went away in the end. But when you have a hostile military relationship, the economic side becomes a weapon that can be used. So, for example, if China stops sending all of the goods that they are sending to the United States, or they did before, in the event that a war broke out between the United States and China, the American economy would be deeply affected by that because we've become deeply dependent on the low-priced products that they send. In the same sense, if the Chinese went to war with the United States in some other way, they would also be affected because they need it. So in other words, the discussions that are going on now are in two dimensions. The first dimension is the economic tariffs, that issue. There's a second discussion going on about how we reach a military accommodation. How do we prove to each other that we're not hostile? Well, one of the small ways to do it is each side reports to the other when they're going to have military exercises. And then they know this exercise is not the preface to an attack. And that calms the situation. You may reach military accommodations. They're somewhat more difficult than economic ones, but we cannot be dependent on a country which we may go to war with, nor can China be dependent on a country economically for which we might go to war with. So alleviating the military tensions and shifting the economics back to something to sustain both countries is essential. So it's more than an economic discussion. It's a general discussion about U.S.-Chinese relationships. And it seems to me that at this point, they're talking seriously. There are various indicators, but certainly the Chinese ambassador to the United States has said very positive things about the future of U.S. and Chinese relationships, where he's usually criticizing the United States. Xi has stopped saying very bad things about the United States. Trump hasn't been saying very bad things about China. There are deep negotiations going on at multiple levels on multiple issues. And when you look at the issue, there is no reason for the United States and China to be hostile, and many reasons not to be. So we would look at a world that's very different from the Cold War world, where the two major powers were hostile to each other and define the world. The new anchor, to some extent at this point, looks to me as one in which the two major nations of the world will be in some way, if not collaborating, not getting in each other's way. But even the possibility of collaboration is possible. So this would be a radical shift in the geopolitical system everywhere, though all the players would be in different positions. And my forecast, our forecast in our company, is that sometime this year, there's a high probability of an accommodation being reached between the two countries because they need it.
In many ways, it's sort of the opposite of a Western, I suppose. There is enough room in the town for the both of us.
Well, the point is that during the Cold War, when Russia was very powerful, it had a fundamental interest in protecting its western flank by occupying Europe. The United States had a fundamental interest in them not occupying Europe and having access to the Atlantic. And that could not be easily solved. This relationship between two powers can in some sense be solved. So if you look back, there used to be a great struggle between Britain and France, occasional wars and so on and so forth. But in the long run, they accommodated each other for most of the time. There were sometimes outbreaks, but these two great imperial powers that occupied much of Africa, much of Asia, the Western Hemisphere for a very long time, these two powers finally reached an accommodation based on economic necessity. So it's not unprecedented, but it's not easy. But I think it's moving in that direction.
I'd like to point out that I didn't try a Western accent there as well, given that you're in Texas, obviously, George, but I didn't think that would go down too well with you there and me trying to do that. Let's talk about, we have talked about Russia, but let's talk about Russia a little bit more because this new world, for want of a better term, and the term new world is being thrown around a lot at the moment, but this term new world will also mean a lot for Russia, of course. As you said at the start, they are not the power they used to be. How will they be able to deal with this sort of bipolar world of which they're very much not a part?
Well, first, it's important to recognize that Russia is not a global economic power by any means. In fact, even internally, it's having weaknesses in its economy in various ways. So it's in that way no equal to China or the United States. It's part of that game. Secondly, it's not a global military power. It does have the power to start a global nuclear war, which is not likely to do because it'll be. But from its ability to project conventional warfare, after the Ukrainian catastrophe, where the Russians invaded and now 4 years later are still fighting without success, Russia does not appear regional power even, but to the extent that it is a power, regional power, not a global power, there's no way that it's going to project its forces as the Chinese could potentially, as the United States does frequently. And the Russians simply don't have that ability. Various subversions, send their intelligence services in various places, but they are not a global power. They've lost their eastern flank. Central Asia no longer belongs to them. They've lost South Caucasus. They are now allied with the United States. These parts of Russia and Russia, where they put down a great rebellion. It was a terrible fight. Rebellion seems to be possibly coming to life again. So internally in Russia, there are problems. So they're simply not in the league of the United States or China. And therefore, they're a great global power. They're significant regional power, possibly, but no more than that.
I mean, speaking of the region then and looking ahead, I mean, one of the main warnings that seem to have been coming out of European generals in particular in recent years is that the idea that, you know, Russia could well try and attack a Baltic state in particular, Lithuania, Latvia. I mean, what do you make of that? Obviously, Russia hasn't done a great job in Ukraine, but, you know, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, they're small. Wouldn't take long to get from one side to the other. Do you think that is a real risk, or do you think that this forecast with the US less interested, Europe will be able to manage it?
Well, the fact is that the Russian army is not very effective. It's not very effective in using things like satellites and integrating them in their operations. It's not that developing new nodes of operations. And they're still fighting years later on a very narrow front, on a very limited front. So the idea that having done this poorly in a neighboring country, which it should have overrun in a few months, it now is going to choose to project forces in other directions, assumes that it has a force that it can project. And if it had that force, it would have used it in Ukraine. Because in Ukraine for 4 years, they have fought and they have thrown into it. They're hiding an army. Now, at this point, we should remember they're drafting 50-year-old men and recruiting mercenaries in Africa because there is a kind of strange psychology about Russia, which is that is this major power able to project force elsewhere. If it had that power, Ukraine would be long in its hands. They would have used it. So I don't think that. Plus the fact Lithuania now has present, which may not be enough to stop a Russian invasion, let's say that, certainly will trigger massive NATO involvement. Poland has become a very strong military power, and then they would have Poland on their flanks as wins, and the Poles would certainly counterattack because they'd be afraid. So the configuration of forces is a reality that is not the reality that we thought in place 4 or 5 years ago. It's a very, very different reality, and assigned to Russia in ways, powers that it does not have, and strategies that it cannot achieve. So the idea that is very much circulating all over the place that now, having failed in Ukraine, in Lithuania because it's smaller, well, let's see, given the other elements like the German forces and so on.
The forecast also includes assessments, as I said at the top, about all of the world's various regions. Let's just, to give a bit of a flavor, let's look at South Asia, and in particular, for this purpose, India. India has, as we've done on the podcast in the past, been subject to tariffs from America in recent months. How will it cope with, balance, work out in this world? It is one of the fastest growing economies. It's got potential. What's its place? How will it manage this?
It's a very important place. But remember, when we're talking about global powers, we're talking about people who can just have both economic and military reach. The Indians don't have that yet. They may develop. One of their problems is that China is very nervous about the evolution. And if the United States and China reached an understanding, well, the Americans would likely not break that understanding by arms. You have to remember that the United States at some point was flirting with the Indians. In part, I think the Chinese even more nervous they might put troops there. But I think India will emerge as a great economic power, significant military power you don't want to mess with. But will it be in a position to protect its forces globally? Another question. So I think its future is bright, certainly more bright than the Russian future is. But at the same time, it's ready for any war with it. I don't think anybody else, including the Pakistanis, can really take them on. So I think they're secure. They have a very powerful economy, and they're very close to the first tier, but still second tier.
And I mean, looking more on the short, obviously they've got these American tariffs. What do you think, based on the forecast, what does 2026 hold for them really?
I think those tariffs are going to start being negotiated. As we move into 2026, the question of affordability, as they call it, uh, is going to be very much on the table. At this point, Trump's popularity standing is negative. Those who think he's doing a poor job is at about 57%. Okay. Those that think he's doing a great job is somewhat lower, 30%, but in the 40s, okay, at best. And the rest don't have an opinion. So the Republicans are in deep trouble. The recent of Minnesota, which much of the world may not know about, but where an ICE agent killed a woman, and the pictures, the video that showed the killing to justify that act. And it's a very important symbol in the United States. So American politics are evolving as well. Always, when a president is elected in a second term, his opponents have great advantages because he's not fulfilled all the promises he's made and so on. In this case, it's somewhat more extreme. The ICE issues, the economic issues, and so on are playing against him. So at this point, the question is, all the Republican senators are worried about this, have slowly edging away from simply supporting a very significant issue. Secondly, the Supreme Court will be things he did this year. They did not consider it last year. It was premature. But this is going to be the year they're going to be considering it. I cannot predict what they're going to be ruling on these things, but there's a great deal of speculation that they held back the first year, but in the second year are going to come in with some rulings that really limit what he can do.
Yeah, I think nobody knows at this stage what they're eventually going to rule on that the day that we're recording this. But in the end, well, it was unknown what they were going to do, but there was a suggestion they might release that judgment, but they haven't. They haven't done that. So I suppose in that respect, let's wrap up with this. The situation of some of these tariffs for India, but more generally the situation that a number of countries find themselves in with regards to America around the world, that may be changing this year in part because of the internal pressure facing the current administration in the US.
In part. But at the same time, the American dependency on imports is a weakness, because if those if that's cut off, as it was during Arab oil embargo, our dependency hurts. So it makes sense for the United States to, in some ways, limit its dependency on other countries, except close allies. What Trump is doing is pushing it to the point where even with close allies, he wants to moderate the relationship, apparently. So he needs to find a balance in his own thinking and then correlate it with emerging political realities in the United States. And that's going to be a tough thing for him to do. In 2026, we're going to see more storm as resistance to Trump rises, as it always does with all presidents in this period. And Trump's tendency to operate aggressively is going to create political tensions within the United States. And that'll be dominant, along with the Supreme Court and what it does.
Well, George, let's leave it there. Thank you very much, as always. Thank you out there for please make sure you go to Geopolitical Futures, have a look at their forecast, because there is a lot more in there. Really interesting. I will be back again on the podcast, but until then, you take care and goodbye. Find all of our expert geopolitical analysis at geopoliticalfutures.com.
Nigerian government with the goal of protecting Christians and their right to practice their faith freely and safely. We call for the government to work with local authorities to find and secure the release of the innocent victims, and to work with NGOs to meet the victims' families' needs in the meantime. Advancing religious freedom and security will help the United Nigeria to enhance the reciprocal benefits of our relationship, unifying trade and economic deals, terrorist groups that threaten our interests, and strengthening health responses, among many other areas. We also hope to identify ways to return internally displaced persons to communities from which they were expelled in the North Central states, and interdict weapons and funding going to terrorist groups, and expand investigations and ensure prosecution, as you said, Mr. National Security Advisor, of individuals and groups committing atrocities. I very much look forward to our working group sessions today and to seeing Nigeria continue to take active, sustained steps to promote and protect freedom of religion or belief for all, and to turn the tide on insecurity and terrorism. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity.
At the national level, under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigeria has taken deliberate and decisive steps to confront insecurity. The President has formally declared national security emergencies in vulnerable and high-risk areas. Our focus intensive or intensified joint operations and directed to sustain the deployment of security forces to priority locations, particularly those communities experiencing recurrent attacks for civilians and religious groups, vulnerable. These directives have been much action. Nigeria is expanding early warning and rapid response mechanisms, developing a national database to serve as a single authoritative source of accurate and verifiable data on death and casualties arising from violence. Doing it for the first time. This effort will strengthen evidence-based decision-making, accountability, and the effectiveness of security responses. Parallel to this, investigation and prosecution related to attacks on various communities have been intensified to ensure that violence is met not only with force, but with justice and accountability. Nigeria is a plural society, and the protection of all citizens, Muslims, and the Afghan is non-negotiable. Along religious lines treated as an attack on the Nigerian state. Our response, therefore, integrates the rule of law, humanitarian and strategic communication, ensuring that operational successes translate into public confidence and strengthen our social cohesion. We want Nigerians to acknowledge, we want Nigerians to know that this partnership is working, and they are getting the message. Extremely important for all of us. That is delivering tangible gains, and that our collective efforts will continue to yield positive gains. The United States is doing an amazing, exceptional work in Africa. This is the beginning of it. We are changing lives, making people comfortable, getting back their lives. I want to thank you for that, genuinely. The entire from its leadership to our people. In assessing it is important that progress is measured, not by isolated instances within a complex security environment, but rather on the overall direction of travel. The decision taken at the highest level of government and the institutional capacity built to respond to and punish violence wherever it occurs, Nigeria believes that this is the most responsible and credible basis for partnership and evaluation that can last for a long, long time. We also recognize that our partnership with the United States extends well beyond security cooperation. It encompasses democratic resilience, respect for the rule of law, regional stability in West Africa, and a shared determination to prevent extremism and malign actors from exploiting governance gaps or social fractures. As we proceed with today's deliberations, Nigeria welcomes frank and constructive dialogue. We are open to refining our cooperation and ensuring that this working group remains focused on outcomes rather than levels, trajectory rather than snapshots, and partnership rather than perception. We come to this table confident in the progress achieved since November 2025, committed to doing more, and resolved to work with our U.S. partners to deliver credible security, credible justice, and lasting protection for all communities. Finally, I wish to extend my sincere and special appreciation to President Donald Trump for his steadfast and unalloyed support for Nigeria, like never before, as well as to his dedicated appointees, whose leadership has been instrumental in advancing our partnership. Secretary Rubio, Secretary of War, Pete Hexley, and Charge Affairs, Mr. Keith. I also wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the members and leadership of the two consultative delegations that visited us, including Representative Mario Rafael Diaz and Bill Hazinger, for taking the pain to visit Nigeria and indeed even going to the areas, and they saw it themselves. Make impact. Please tell them. People really appreciate that. The short concern, self-direct commitment, and this is the spirit of America, going to help those who are in need of help. People are grateful for that. Similarly, I express deepest gratitude to Senator Ted Cruz for giving us audience, Representative Riley, Brian Mast, Christopher Smith, Sarah Jacobs, Jonathan Jackson, Paula White, Paula White Kane, and Andrew Becker for opening their doors to the Nigerian team during the November 2025. It was extremely hard-won. We were welcomed, we were treated with respect and dignity. We were given audience, and we were given a chance for us to explain, and it made impact. All those who we met in Washington, please, our own gratitude to them for giving us that chance. I also wish to acknowledge the entire U.S. mission in Nigeria, wonderful people who have been working, even before now. They made us to be better. They continuously helping us on every step and direction for us to continue to improve our own way of doing things. We have a very hard-working set of people in the mission here. We want to thank them, their professionalism and the commitment to deepening the bonds between the two nations. Nigeria values this partnership genuinely, and we value it greatly. America with the highest esteem. We respect the country. We have learned a lot from the country. And we are learning from the best. And we are very comfortable where we find ourselves. We're not going to shift. We know what is good for us, and we are staying there. And we look forward to further strengthening our cooperation in the spirit of mutual respect, which you have been according us, shared purpose, and enduring friendship. I want to once again thank you all, and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you very much.
Well, let me say that this is still a work in progress. We are working continuously with our U.S. partners. You have heard that these strikes were coordinated together with the Nigerian security agencies and armed forces, and they are working together to ensure that we have a very comprehensive evaluation of this, and details of that will continue to be made available to the press.
You're all aware that recent attacks on vulnerable communities, especially in the Middle Belt, has attracted broad condemnation, both locally and internationally. The government and the people of Nigeria condemn these attacks in the strongest possible terms. These attacks have led to mass killings and abduction of civilians. We find this unacceptable, and we condemn it. We have the opportunity offered by the United States, our partner, to help us, to deepen their partnership with us, to address these challenges and find a lasting solution to the problems and restore peace in the affected communities. And we are taking advantage of this offer to ensure that the vulnerable communities in Nigeria are well protected. What we are having here today is the first joint working group of the United States and Nigeria on how to address the challenges of mass killing and adoption of innocent civilians in our vulnerable communities. So thank you.
Thank you. I think we've...
All right, I'm back. I'll listen to people that matter.
That was not a large applause. Start again. That's better. Thank you.
We're going to make this interesting.
How many quotes are you going to want that are going to be after session?
I don't know. I mean...
So good afternoon, everybody here. It's been an amazing week here in Davos. Hopefully everybody saw that we are having conversations here. Hopefully everybody agrees. There are some conversations that we may disagree. There's many conversations that we may have agreed, but through those conversations, and I think today's result with a peace agreement earlier today, the World Economic Forum is here to have those conversations, to have understandings, and also resolution. So it's an important component of who we and what we are, and I'm thrilled to have Elon Musk here. He came all the way from California to be here to see all of you. So thank you, Elon.
You're most welcome. I heard about the formation of the Peace Summit, and I was like, is that PIEC? You know, a little piece of Greenland, a little piece of Venezuela.
we got one.
All we want is peace.
Okay, I'm going to, as I said, I'm a pretty proud CEO of BlackRock since we went public. The compounding return of BlackRock to our shareholders was 21%. Since Elon took Tesla public, his compounded return is 43%. This is just another advertisement for everybody, especially for Europeans. This is why more citizens should be investing with growth investing with their countries. Imagine if a lot of pension funds invested with Elon when Tesla went public, and how much return with all the pension funds that invested side by side with Elon and the growth. So a spectacular return. There's very few companies. Well, I don't think there's any other company as large as Tesla today that has that compounded return. So congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a good measurement.
Well, we have an incredible team at Tesla, and that's the reason.
So I want to get into the dirt, the meaningful component about technology, the possibilities. I want to talk about AI and robotics, energy, space, and the progress ultimately coming down to engineering discipline, scale, execution. And few people, if not anyone, has the experience and the fortitude to confront these issues head on. Not just the ideas, but the execution across so many different technologies, Elon. And that's why I thought it was important for us to have this dialogue here in Davos. So you're presently building on AI, on robotics, on space, on energy, all at the same time. When you look across those efforts, what do they have in common from an engineering standpoint?
Well, they're all very difficult technology challenges, but the overall goal of my companies is to maximize the future of civilization, like basically maximize the probability that civilization has a great future, and to expand consciousness beyond Earth. So if you take SpaceX, for example, that SpaceX is about advancing rocket technology to the point where we can extend life and consciousness beyond Earth, to the moon, to Mars, eventually to other star systems. And I think we should always view consciousness, life as we know it, as precarious and delicate, because to the best of our knowledge, we don't know of life anywhere else. You know, I'm often asked, are there aliens among us? And I'll say that I am one, but...
Or you're from the future. Okay.
I think if anyone would know us, it would be me. We have 9,000 satellites up there, and not once have we had to mount. I don't know. Bottom line is, I think that life and consciousness is extremely rare, and it might only be. And if that's the case, then we need to do everything possible to ensure that the light of consciousness is not extinguished, because we're effectively, the way I view it is, the image in my mind is of a tiny candle in a vast darkness, a tiny candle of consciousness that could easily go out. And that's why it's important to make life multiplanetary, such that if there is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster on Earth, that consciousness continues. That's the purpose of SpaceX. Tesla is obviously about sustainable technology, and also at this point we've sort of added to our mission abundance. So with robotics and AI, this is really the path to abundance for all. If you say, you know, people often talk about solving global poverty, or essentially how do we give everyone a very high standard of living. I think the only way to do this is AI and robotics, which doesn't mean that it is without its issues. We need to be very careful with AI, careful with robotics. We don't want to find ourselves in a Cameron movie, you know, Terminator. He's got great movies, love his movies, but we don't want to be in Terminator, obviously. But if you have ubiquitous AI that is essentially free or close to it, and ubiquitous robotics, then you will have an explosion in the global economy, and especially beyond all precedent.
Elon, can that expansion be broad?
Yes.
Or is it narrow? And how can that be created? How can it broaden the global economy?
Yeah, I mean, a way to think of it is that if you have a large number of humanoid robots, the economic output is the average productivity per robot times the number of robots.
Right.
And actually, my prediction is in the benign scenario that the robots will actually make so many robots in AI that they will actually saturate all human needs. Meaning you won't be able to even think of something to ask the robot for at a certain point. Like there will be such an abundance of goods and services because my prediction is that there'll be more robots than people. So,
but how do you then have human purpose? Scenario.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's perfect, you know. But I mean, it is a necessary. Like you can't have both. You can't have work that has to be done and amazing abundance for all. Because if it's work that has to be done, then you and only some people can do it, then you can't have abundance.
Then
for
it's
all.
narrow.
Yes, narrow. Yeah. Exactly. So, but if you have billions of humanoid robots, and I think there will be, I think everyone on Earth is going to have one and going to want one, because who wouldn't want a robot to, you know, assuming it's very safe, watch over your kids, take care of your pet. If you have elderly parents, a lot of friends of mine have said they have elderly parents, and it's very difficult to take care of them.
Expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive, and there just aren't enough people to take care of there aren't enough young people to take care of the old people.
Right.
So if you had a robot that could take care of and protect an elderly parent, I think that would be great. That would be an amazing thing to have. I think we will have those things. So I mean, overall, I'm very optimistic about the future. I think we're headed for a future of amazing abundance, which is very cool. And definitely, we are in the most interesting time in history. I think there's a more interesting time in history. So.
Can you and I reverse aging in this new history, or are we going to see it?
You know, I haven't put much time into the aging stuff. I do think it is a very solvable problem. Like you can. I think when we figure out what causes aging, I think we'll find it's incredibly obvious. It's not a subtle thing. The reason I say it's not a subtle thing is because all the cells in your body, you know, with some pretty much age at the same rate. I've never seen someone with an old left arm and a young right arm ever in my life. So why is that? That means that there must be a clock, a synchronizing clock, right, that is synchronizing across 35 trillion cells in your body. You know, there is some benefit to death, by the way. It's like there's a reason why we don't actually have a longer lifespan, because if people do live forever for a very long time, I think there's some risk of an ossification of society, of things just getting kind of locked in place, you know, it just may become stultifying, just not lack vibrancy. But that said, do I think we'll figure out ways to extend life and maybe even reverse aging? I think that's highly likely.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
So in the future that you talk about, the AI models, autonomous machines, rockets, depends on massive increases in compute, massive increases in energy, expensive energy, manufacturing scale. What are the bottlenecks to get there. And that, once again, with all that expenditures, again, how can we make sure that it's broad and not narrow?
Thing is, it's going to be very broad because AI companies will seek as many customers as they possibly can, and the cost of AI is already very low, and it's plummeting every year. I mean, the cost of AI is almost meaningfully changing on a month-to-month basis.
There's open models now everywhere. Yeah.
Yes, there's open models, and the open models only lag. They're maybe a year behind the sort of closed models. So I think the AI companies will seek as many customers as possible, which means they'll provide AI to the world.
But the cost of getting to there, the compute, the chips, the fab, the powering, that to me, what are the those are a huge.
The limiting factor. Yeah, I think the limiting factor for AI deployment is fundamentally electrical power.
It's just right. It's energy.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing the rate of AI chip production increase exponentially, but the rate of electricity being brought online is
3%, 4% a year, max.
Yeah. It's clear that we're very soon, maybe even later this year, we'll be producing more chips than we can turn on. But except for China. China's growth in electricity is tremendous.
They're building 100 gigawatts of nuclear as we speak.
Actually, solar is the biggest thing in China. So I believe China's production capacity on solar is 1,500 gigawatts a year, and they're deploying over 1,000 gigawatts a year of solar. Now, for continuous solar load, you divide that by roughly, 4 or 5. Call it that's around 250 gigawatts of steady state power paired with batteries. And that's a very big number. That's half of the average power usage in the U.S.
Right.
So U.S. power usage on average is 500 gigawatts. China, just in solar, in solar that can provide steady state power and batteries, can do half of the U.S. electricity output per year just with solar. Solar is by far the biggest source of energy. Actually, when you look beyond, even on Earth, but certainly beyond Earth, the sun rounds up to 100% of all energy. This is an important thing to consider. So the sun is 99.8% of the mass of the solar system. Jupiter is about 0.1%, and everything else is miscellaneous. Now, even if you were to burn Jupiter in a thermonuclear reactor, the amount of energy produced by the sun would still round up to 100%, because Jupiter is only 0.1%. If you teleported 3 more Jupiters into our solar system, 3 more Jupiters, and everything else in the solar system, the sun's energy would still round up to 100%. So it's really all about the sun. And that's why one of the things we'll be doing with SpaceX within a few years is launching solar-powered AI satellites.
Right.
Because the space is really the source of immense power, and then you don't need to take up any room on Earth. There's so much room in space, and you can scale to enormous. You can scale to, I think, ultimately hundreds of terawatts a year.
You and I have had these conversations before, but why don't you tell the audience what would it take for the United States, and what type of geography would it take to have that solar field to electrify the United States? And then let me ask a question: why aren't we doing it?
Yeah. So, I guess a rough way to think about it is 100 miles by 100 miles, or call it 160 kilometers by 160 kilometers of solar is enough to power the entire United States. So the 100 mile by 100 mile area is I mean, you could take basically a small corner of Utah, Nevada, New Mexico. Obviously, you wouldn't want it all in one place, but it is a very small percentage of the area of the U.S. to generate all of the electricity that the U.S. uses. And the same is true, actually, I mean, for Europe. You could take a small part, you could take relatively unpopulated area and Sicily and generate all of the electric needs.
So why don't you think that there's a movement towards that here and in the United States?
Well, there is.
As it is in China.
Well, unfortunately, in the U.S., the tariff barriers for solar are extremely high, and that makes the economics of deploying solar so artificially high because China makes almost all the solar,
What would it take for Europe or the U.S. to build it commercially, if it's that scale?
Yeah, I think. Well, I can tell you what we're going to do. You know, SpaceX and Tesla is we're building up large-scale solar.
Right.
So the SpaceX and Tesla teams both separately are working to build to 100 gigawatts a year of solar power in the U.S. of manufactured solar power, and that'll probably take us on about 3 years or something. But these are pretty big numbers, and you know, I'd encourage others to do the same. We obviously don't control the, you know, your U.S. Tariff policy, but for other countries, I would recommend that China makes solar cells that are incredibly low cost, and I think it would be worth doing large-scale solar.
So I know you're going to be having a couple of big announcements on robotics and what it can do. I mean, when I went to the factory, you showed me those robots.
Yeah.
How quickly, you talked about the billions of robots, but how quickly can they be deployed in a manufacturing setting? How quickly can they be utilized and be functional and create that abundance that you talked about?
Well, humanoid robotics will advance very quickly. I think we do have some of the Tesla Optimus robots doing simple tasks in the factory. We expect probably later this year. By the end of this year, I think they'll be doing more complex tasks. It's still deployed in an industrial environment, and probably sometime next year, I'd say that by the end of next year, I think we'd be selling humanoid robots to the public. That's when we are confident that it's very high reliability, very high safety, and the range of functionality is also very high. You can basically ask it to do anything you'd like.
You're already seeing that in Tesla cars. The software changes that you're doing, and what is it? Yeah. Every quarter now, a software change that upgrades the ability of the robot within the car.
Yes, the Tesla full self-driving software, we update it sometimes once a week. Recently some of the insurance companies have said that it is actually so safe, when Tesla full self-driving is so safe that they're offering customers half-price insurance if they use Tesla full self-driving in their car.
And that can be monitored by the insurance company? Is that part of the agreement then?
Yeah. I think self-driving cars is essentially a solved problem. And Tesla's rolled out a sort of robo-taxi service in a few cities, and will be very, very widespread by the end of this year within the U.S. And then we hope to get supervised full self-driving approval in Europe, hopefully next month.
Really that quickly?
Yeah, and then maybe a similar timing for China, hopefully.
I want to move to space because historically space is very capital intensive. It historically been done by governments. Obviously, SpaceX changed the whole model. But we've seen it slow to scale, and now I'm starting to see it ramping up in what you're doing and other things. Talk to us about the automation and AI, how it's changing the economics in building and preparing for us in operating in space.
Sure. Well, the key breakthrough the major breakthrough that SpaceX is hoping to achieve this year is full reusability. So no one has ever achieved full reusability of a rocket, which is very important for the cost of access to space. We've achieved partial reusability with Falcon 9 by landing the boost stage. We've now landed the boost stage over 500 times. But we have to throw away the upper stage. The upper stage sort of burns up on reentry for Falcon 9. So, and the cost of that is equivalent to a small to medium-sized jet. So, but with Starship, which is a giant rocket, it's the largest flying machine ever made.
That's a rocket that you're using for the idea of going to Mars, right?
Yeah, Mars and the Moon, as well as for high-volume satellite stuff. So, Starship. Hopefully this year we should prove full reusability for Starship, which will be a profound invention because the cost of access to space will drop by a factor of 100 when you achieve full reusability.
Right.
It's the same sort of economic difference that you would expect between, say, a reusable aircraft and a non-reusable aircraft. Like if you have to throw your aircraft away after every flight, that would be a very expensive flight. But if you only have to refuel, then it's the cost of the fuel. And so that's really the fundamental breakthrough that gets the cost of access to space, we think, below the cost of freight on aircraft. So, you know, under $100 a pound type of thing easily. Wow. So it makes putting large satellites into space very low, very cheap. And then when you have solar in space, you get 5 times more effectivenher, maybe even more than that, than solar on the ground, because it's always sunny.
It's cold.
It's always sunny, so it's cycle or seasonality,
right?
And you get about 30% more power in space because you don't have atmospheric attenuation of the power.
Right.
The net effect is solar is 5 times more. Any given solar panel will do 5 times more energy in space than on the ground.
Is there any capacity in doing that and then taking that power and bringing it back to Earth? Is there any way of doing that power and utilizing it for the needs, like data centers in space?
I think the case, it's a no-brainer for building solar-powered AI data centers in space, because as you mentioned, it's also very cold in space. If you're in the shadow, then it's very cold in space, just 3 degrees Kelvin. So you just have solar panels facing the sun, and then a radiator that's pointed away from the sun, so it has no sun incidence, and then it's just cooling. It's a very efficient cooling system. So net effect is that the lowest cost place to put AI will be space, and that'll be true within 2 years, maybe 3 at the latest.
Wow. So looking 10 or 20 years out, how would you describe success with AI or space technology, and where do you see it? Are you more certain what's going to happen in the next 3 years or 5 or 10?
I don't know what's going to happen in 10 years, but the rate at which AI is progressing, I think we might have AI that is smarter than any human by the end of this year, and I would say no later than next year.
Wow.
And then probably by 2030 or 2030, AI will be smarter than all of humanity collectively.
We only have a number of minutes left, but I want to humanize you for a second. So there's no speculation that you're
joke about peace.
Right. I want to. I would frame this question by you are the most successful entrepreneur, industrialist in the 21st century, maybe beyond. I want to really get this. What inspired you? Who inspired you? What was the foundation of your curiosity?
She has been described as the most successful interpreter. Because the technology comes from U.S. State Department, Pentagon. That's where all the innovation they come from. Now, they get money to do research. They just give it to individuals to monetize them.
What inspired you? Who inspired you? What was the foundation of your curiosity? Who inspired you? Industrialists in the 21st century. I would frame this question by you are the most successful entrepreneur, industrialist in the 21st century, maybe beyond. I want to really get this. What inspired you? Who inspired you? What was the foundation of your curiosity? And importantly, what was the was there an aha moment, an epiphany at any time in your life and career?
Well, as a kid, I read a lot of science fiction, sci-fi, fantasy books.
Yeah, we talked about
and comic books. And I always liked technology. I didn't expect to be where I am today. This seems incredibly implausible. But I was inspired by reading about books about the future, about science fiction, and I guess I want to make science fiction not fiction forever. At some point, turn science fiction to science fact, we want to have like Starfleet and Star Trek, really, for real, like where we actually have giant spaceships traveling through space, going to other planets, traveling to other star systems.
I'm just interested if I could be beamed up to go back to New York. I'd like to just be beamed back to New York instead of flying.
Yeah.
Talking about Star Trek.
No, I guess my essential, what I would call the philosophy of curiosity. I'd like to understand the meaning of life. Is the standard model of physics correct regarding the beginning of life, beginning of existence, and the end of the universe? What questions do we not know to ask that we should ask? And AI will help us with these things. So I'm just trying to understand how do we get here? What's going on? What's real? Are there aliens? Maybe there are. And if we've got spaceships that are traveling to other star systems, we may encounter aliens, or we may find many long dead alien civilizations. But I just want to know what's going on. I'm curious about the universe, and that's my philosophy.
Do you see yourself ever going to Mars in your lifetime?
Yeah, I would say
that's a long commitment.
I've been asked, but
isn't that 3 years each?
It's 6 months.
6 months? That's all it is?
Yeah, 6 months, but the planets only align every 2 years.
Okay.
So, I've been asked a few times, like, do I want to, die on Mars? And I'm like, yes, but just not on impact.
That's a good answer. Anyway, we're out of time. Hopefully everybody enjoyed this. There's so many myths around Elon Musk. I could tell you he's a great friend, and I constantly learn so much from him. And I'm totally inspired by what he has done. I've been inspired who he is, and I'm totally inspired by his vision of the future. and I don't think it's such a bad future. And I agree with his optimism. So, Elon, thank you. Any last words?
Well, I think my last words would be, I would encourage everyone to be optimistic and excited about the future.
Good.
And generally, I think for quality of life, it is actually better to err on the side of being an optimist and wrong rather than a pessimist and right.
On that note.
Yeah, like, share, and subscribe.